Christmas by Candlelight. A Winter Brothers of Palmar Island Romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. Daniel Winter pulled his rental car into the familiar gravel driveway of the Winter family farm, cutting the engine with a sigh. The two-story farmhouse stood before him, as solid and welcoming as ever, bathed in the warm glow of late afternoon sunlight. He'd made this drive countless times over the years, between projects and during holidays, but this time felt different. As he climbed out of the car, stretching to ease the stiffness from the long drive, the scent of salt air and pine needles filled his lungs. It was a smell that usually signaled a brief respite from his globe-trotting adventures. Now, with no new project on the horizon, it felt more like a reminder of his current aimlessness. "There's my world traveler." Maggie Winter's voice rang out from the porch. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost on the way from the airport." Daniel chuckled, grabbing his duffel bag from the trunk. "You know me, Mom. I can navigate the Amazon, but somehow I always manage to take a wrong turn in Myrtle Beach." "We could have picked you up," his mother said, motioning for him to hurry up. He turned and looked at the car he'd rented at the airport. This worked out better. He'd return it in the next day or two and change to the old truck he'd driven to high school. "It's good to have you home, sweetheart." His mom enveloped him in a warm hug as he reached the porch steps. "Thanks, Mom," Daniel replied, returning the embrace. Despite his inner turmoil, the comfort of his mother's hug was undeniable. The screen door creaked open, and Henry Winter stepped out onto the porch. "Welcome back, son," he said, clapping Daniel on the shoulder. "How was the flight?" "Same as always," Daniel shrugged. "Though I think I'm getting too old to be crammed into those tiny seats for hours on end." His father laughed. "Well, maybe it's time you considered staying put for a while. Give those legs a chance to stretch out." Daniel forced a smile, trying to ignore the twinge of discomfort his father's words sparked. "Maybe so," he said noncommittally. "Ethan and Olivia are inside," his mom said, ushering them towards the door. "They're excited to see you." As they entered the house, the familiar sense of cinnamon and apples washed over Daniel. It was a comforting constant, no matter how long he'd been away. "Look who finally decided to grace us with his presence," Ethan called from the living room, a grin spreading across his face as he stood to greet his brother. Daniel rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "You act like you haven't seen me in years." "I was here for the 4th of July, remember?" Yeah, Ethan replied, pulling him into a bear hug. "But that was practically a drive-by. You're here for the whole holiday season this time, right?" "That's the plan," Daniel confirmed, trying to inject more enthusiasm into his voice than he felt. Olivia approached, giving him a warm hug. "It's good to see you, Daniel. How was your last project?" "The one in, was it Peru?" "Chile, actually," Daniel corrected. "It went fine." He hesitated, not wanting to get into the details of how the project had wrapped up early, leaving him at loose ends. "Well, we can't wait to hear all about it," Maggie said, patting his arm. "Why don't you go get settled in your room? Dinner will be ready in about an hour." Daniel nodded gratefully, hefting his duffel bag and heading up the familiar stairs. As he pushed open the door to his childhood bedroom, he was struck by the strange mix of comfort and unease that washed over him. The room was exactly as he'd left it after his last visit, a curious blend of his past and present. Wildlife posters shared wall space with framed photos from his various expeditions. His old desk now held his laptop and camera equipment alongside childhood mementos. Daniel dropped his bag on the bed with a sigh, moving to the window that overlooked the farm. The view was as picturesque as ever, rolling fields stretching towards the distant tree-line, the old barn standing sentinel in the fading light. It was beautiful. It was home. So why did he feel so restless? He turned away from the window, unpacking his clothes with practiced efficiency. As he moved around the room, muscle memory taking over, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't the room. He'd grown used to the strange juxtaposition of his adult life alongside remnants of his youth. No, the discomfort was coming from within. For the first time in years, Daniel had no clear direction. No next project to plan for, no far-flung location to research. He was adrift, and being back in this childhood bedroom only amplified that feeling. A soft knock at the door interrupted his brooding. "Come in," he called, grateful for the distraction. Ethan poked his head in. "Hey, you settling in okay?" Daniel nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just unpacking. You know the drill." Ethan stepped fully into the room, leaning against the doorframe. "So, what's next on the great Daniel Winter's adventure list?" "Mom's hoping you'll stick around for the town's Christmas festival next week." Daniel hesitated, busying himself with arranging his camera equipment on the desk. "I don't have anything lined up at the moment," he admitted. "Thought I'd take some time, recharge the batteries. You know how it is." Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. "Everything okay, Danny? You seem... I don't know. Off." For a moment, Daniel considered opening up to his brother. Telling him about the gnawing uncertainty that had been plaguing him, the fear that maybe he'd lost his passion for the work that had defined his life for so long. But the moment passed, and he plastered on a reassuring smile instead. "I'm fine," he assured Ethan. "A bit jet-lagged. Nothing a home-cooked meal won't fix." Ethan didn't look convinced, but his brother nodded. "All right. If you need anything, you know where to find me." "And Danny?" He paused, his expression softening. "It really is good to have you home. For more than just a flying visit this time." As Ethan left, closing the door behind him, Daniel felt a pang of guilt for not being more honest. But how could he explain something he barely understood himself? He turned back to his unpacking, his hand lingering on his well-worn camera. The familiar weight usually brought a sense of excitement, of possibility. Now, it just felt heavy. Daniel's gaze drifted to the corkboard above his desk, a visual timeline of his life and career. Photos from his high school days mingled with snapshots from his travels. Daniel in the Serengeti, filming a pride of lions. Daniel in the Amazon, a vibrant macaw perched on his shoulder. Daniel on a glacier in Alaska, the northern lights dancing in the sky behind him. It was a life most people would envy. A life of constant adventure and discovery. So why did he suddenly feel so lost? The sound of his mother calling up the stairs, announcing that dinner was almost ready, jolted Daniel from his thoughts. He took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. It was just a few weeks, he reminded himself. He could do this. He could be the Daniel they all knew and expected, the intrepid explorer, full of exciting stories and plans for the next big adventure. Even if, for the first time in his adult life, he had no idea what that next adventure might be. With one last glance around the room that bridged his past and present, Daniel headed downstairs to join his family. The warm glow of the dining room lights spilled into the hallway, along with the sound of laughter and conversation. For a moment, he hesitated at the top of the stairs, feeling like an actor about to step onto a stage, unsure of his lines. Then, steeling himself, he descended into the warmth and light of home, hoping that somewhere in the familiar chaos of family dinner, he might find a glimmer of the direction he so desperately craved. The cheerful jingle of bells announced Daniel's arrival at the Roasted Bean, Palmar Island's popular coffee shop. He stepped inside, grateful for the warmth that enveloped him after the brisk evening air. The place was decked out in full holiday splendor, twinkling lights draped from the ceiling, garlands of evergreen and holly adorning the walls, and the rich scent of cinnamon and coffee hanging in the air. Daniel breathed deeply, feeling some of the tension from dinner with his family start to ease. He loved them, he truly did, but deflecting questions about his next project and dodging not-so-subtle hints about settling down had left him drained. He made his way to the counter, barely noticing the other patrons as he focused on the promise of caffeine. "Large black coffee, please," he told the barista, a teenager whose Santa hat was slightly askew. "You got it," the kid replied, turning to grab a cup. "Name for the order?" "Daniel," he answered, reaching for his wallet. As he waited for his drink, Daniel let his gaze wander around the coffee shop. It was busier than he expected for a weeknight, filled with a mix of locals catching up and tourists seeking refuge from the cold. The festive atmosphere was undeniable, from the Christmas music playing softly in the background to the specialty holiday drinks advertised on a chalkboard behind the counter. "Order for Daniel." He turned back to the counter, reaching for his coffee. In his haste to get his caffeine fix, he didn't notice the woman approaching from his left until it was too late. Time seemed to slow as Daniel's arm collided with hers, sending her drink flying. He watched in horror as the lid popped off, splashing hot liquid across the floor and the woman's coat. "Oh, sugar plums," Daniel caught himself, remembering his surroundings. "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" The woman looked up at him, and for a moment, Daniel forgot how to breathe. She was stunning. All windswept chestnut hair and bright hazel eyes that sparkled with amusement. "Well," she said, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, "I was hoping to warm up, but I didn't expect such a hands-on approach. Thanks for the full-body latte experience." Daniel blinked, caught off guard by her playful response. "I'm really sorry," he stammered, grabbing napkins from the counter. "Let me help you clean up." "Relax," she laughed, taking some napkins for herself. "No harm done. Though I think my coat might smell like a gingerbread latte for the rest of the season." "Please, let me buy you a new coffee," Daniel insisted, finally finding his footing. "It's the least I can do after my stunning display of grace and coordination." She pretended to consider for a moment, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Well, I suppose I could be persuaded. But only if you promise not to spill it." Daniel felt a grin spreading across his face. "I'll do my best, but I can't make any guarantees. I'm a menace with hot beverages." "Duly noted," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "I'm Ava, by the way." "Ava Bennett." "Daniel Winter," he responded, offering his hand. When she took it, he felt a spark that had nothing to do with static electricity caused by the dry air of the well-heated coffee shop. After replacing both their drinks and apologizing profusely to the staff for the mess, he found himself sitting across from Ava at a small table near the window. The twinkling lights reflected in the glass, creating a magical backdrop for their unexpected encounter. "So, Daniel Winter," Ava said, wrapping her hands around her fresh cup of coffee, "what brings you to our little island? Holiday getaway?" Daniel hesitated for a split second. It would be easy to let her assume he was just another tourist, to keep things casual and uncomplicated. After all, isn't that what he'd been doing all evening with his family? "Something like that," he replied, deciding to keep things vague. "Needed a change of scenery." "How about you? You don't strike me as a local." Ava laughed, the sound warm and inviting. "What gave it away? My lack of a southern accent or the fact that I let a clumsy stranger buy me coffee?" "Definitely the accent," Daniel grinned. "Though I'm pretty sure the locals wouldn't turn down free coffee either." "Fair point," Ava conceded. "I'm here for a bit of a getaway myself. Thought I'd have a quiet Christmas by the sea, maybe do some writing." "You're a writer?" Daniel asked, genuinely intrigued. Ava nodded. "Freelance journalist. I specialize in travel pieces, but I'm working on a novel. Figured a change of scenery might help with the creative process." "I know that feeling," Daniel said, thinking of his own creative block. "Sometimes a new perspective is all you need." "Exactly," Ava agreed, leaning forward slightly. "So, what do you do when you're not assaulting innocent bystanders with hot beverages?" Daniel chuckled. "I'm a filmmaker, actually. Wildlife documentaries, mostly." Ava's eyes lit up. "No way. Anything I might have seen?" For the next hour, Daniel found himself swept up in easy conversation. They swapped stories about their travels, debated the merits of various coffee preparations, and laughed over shared experiences of culture shock and misadventures abroad. It wasn't until Ava glanced at her watch that Daniel realized how much time had passed. "Oh wow, I should probably head out," she said, sounding as reluctant as Daniel felt. "Early start tomorrow." Right, of course, Daniel nodded, trying to ignore the pang of disappointment in his chest. Thanks for letting me make up for my clumsiness. And for not pressing charges. Ava grinned as she stood, shrugging on her coat. Well, the jury's still out on that last part. I might need to see how this coat fares after a trip to the dry cleaner. He pulled out his wallet. Let me pay for that. She waved him off. No need. It was an accident. Daniel laughed, rising to his feet as well. Fair enough. I guess I'll just have to hope I run into you again. Preferably without any beverages involved. I'd like that, Ava replied softly, her gaze holding his for a moment longer than strictly necessary. Good night, Daniel Winter. Good night, Ava Bennett, he echoed, watching as she made her way to the door. Before stepping out into the night, Ava turned back, flashing him one last smile. Try not to terrorize any other patrons, okay? And then she was gone, leaving Daniel standing in the middle of the coffee shop, a goofy grin plastered across his face. As he gathered his things to leave, Daniel felt a flutter of excitement in his chest, a sensation he hadn't experienced in months. He didn't know what life had in store for him this Christmas, but for the first time since arriving on Palmar Island, he found himself looking forward to finding out. Stepping out into the crisp night air, Daniel took a deep breath. The town sparkled with Christmas lights, and somewhere in the distance, he could hear carolers singing. It was like a scene from a holiday movie, full of promise and possibility. With one last glance at the coffee shop, Daniel started his walk through town, his steps lighter than they had been in a long time. Maybe this unexpected encounter was the beginning of something new. Something that might help him find his way again. Chapter 2. Ava Bennett pulled her rental car into the narrow driveway of the quaint beach cottage, a sense of excitement bubbling up inside her. After months of planning and weeks of anticipation, she was finally here, Palmar Island, her home for the next 2 weeks and, hopefully, the place where her writer's block would finally meet its demise. And who knew, if things worked out, she'd extend her stay. She cut the engine, taking a moment to absorb her surroundings. The cottage was everything the listing had promised. There was the charming, weathered blue structure with white trim, nestled among several palmetto trees. A wooden walkway led from the front porch down to what she assumed was the beach, though she couldn't see the water from here. Perfect, Ava murmured to herself, a smile spreading across her face. This was exactly the kind of quiet, secluded spot she needed to finally make headway on her novel. Grabbing her purse and the small duffel bag that contained her essentials, Ava climbed out of the car. The crisp December air nipped at her cheeks, carrying with it the tangy scent of salt and pine. She took a deep breath, already feeling the tension of city life beginning to melt away. As she made her way up the porch steps, Ava's mind drifted to her encounter at the coffee shop. Daniel Winter, with his disarming smile and easy charm, had been an unexpected bright spot in her arrival. She found herself hoping their paths might cross again during her stay. Shaking off thoughts of handsome, clumsy strangers, Ava focused on the task at hand. She pulled out her phone, quickly locating the email with check-in instructions. According to the message, there should be a key hidden under. Ava's train of thought screeched to a halt as the front door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in a fluffy bathrobe. "Can I help you?" the woman asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ava blinked, equally perplexed. "I'm sorry, I think there must be some mistake. I have a reservation for this cottage." The woman's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion. "That's not possible. My husband and I checked in yesterday. We're here for the next 2 weeks." "There has to be some kind of mix-up," Ava insisted, fumbling with her phone. "I have the confirmation email right here. I booked this place months ago." As if on cue, a man's voice called from inside the cottage. "Honey? Who's at the door?" "Some young woman," the bathrobe-clad woman replied over her shoulder. "Says she has a reservation for our rental." A moment later, a balding man in pajama pants and a faded t-shirt appeared behind his wife. "What's going on?" Ava took a deep breath, trying to keep her rising frustration in check. I'm so sorry to disturb you, she began, adopting the calm, professional tone she used when interviewing difficult subjects. My name is Ava Bennett. I have a reservation for this cottage starting today, December 15th through the 29th. There seems to be some confusion about the booking. The couple exchanged glances before the man spoke. Well, Miss Bennett, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. We checked in yesterday, and our reservation is for the same dates you mentioned. I see, Ava replied, her mind racing. Do you mind if I see your confirmation? Maybe we can figure out where the mix-up happened. The woman's eyes narrowed. I don't think that's necessary. We're already settled in, and frankly, I don't appreciate being disturbed on our vacation. Ava felt her cheeks flush, a mix of embarrassment and frustration washing over her. I understand, and I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. But I've traveled a long way, and I have nowhere else to stay. If we could just compare our reservations. Listen, young lady, the man cut in, his tone growing sharp. I don't know what kind of scam you're trying to pull here, but we're not falling for it. This is our rental for the next 2 weeks, end of story. Scam? Ava sputtered, indignation rising in her chest. I assure you, sir, I'm not trying to pull anything. I have a legitimate reservation. Well, so do we, the woman snapped. And we got here first. So I suggest you take this up with the rental company and leave us in peace. Before Ava could formulate a response, the door slammed shut in her face. For a moment, she stood there in stunned silence, staring at the peeling blue paint of the door. Then, as the reality of her situation sank in, Ava felt a hysterical laugh bubbling up in her throat. Unbelievable, she muttered, shaking her head as she stepped back from the porch. Absolutely unbelievable. With trembling fingers, Ava pulled up the contact information for the rental company. As the phone rang, she paced back and forth in front of her car, trying to calm her racing heart. Coastal Getaways, this is Amber. How can I help you? Hi, Amber, Ava began, forcing cheerfulness into her voice. I'm calling about a reservation I have for 42 Pelican Drive on Palmar Island. There seems to be some confusion about the dates. Okay, let me pull that up for you, Amber replied, the sound of typing audible in the background. Can I have the name on the reservation? Ava Bennett. There was a pause, followed by more typing. I'm sorry, Ms. Bennett, but I'm not seeing a reservation under that name for the property. Ava's stomach dropped. That's not possible. I booked it months ago. I have the confirmation email right here. One moment, please, Amber said, her voice maddeningly calm. As she waited, Ava's mind raced through possibilities. Had she somehow gotten the dates wrong? No, she was certain she'd triple-checked everything before leaving Denver. Maybe she'd written down the wrong address? But that didn't explain the couple already occupying the cottage. Ms. Bennett? Amber's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. I've found the issue. It appears there was a glitch in our system that allowed the same property to be booked twice for overlapping dates. Ava closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to ward off the panic rising in her chest. Okay, she said slowly. So how do we fix this? Unfortunately, as the other party has already checked in, we can't ask them to vacate the property, Amber explained, sounding genuinely apologetic. What we can do is offer you a full refund and assist you in finding alternative accommodation. Alternative accommodation? Ava repeated, her voice rising. It's the middle of December. Everything on the island is probably booked solid for the holidays. I understand your frustration, Ms. Bennett, Amber said. Let me see what I can find for you. Can you hold for a few minutes? Without waiting for a response, soft hold music began playing in Ava's ear. She let out a groan of frustration, resisting the urge to throw her phone across the driveway. This was not how her peaceful island getaway was supposed to start. She had 2 weeks of precious writing time scheduled, and now she was facing the possibility of having nowhere to stay. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd come here seeking inspiration, and instead, she'd found chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Amber's voice returned. Ms. Bennett? I'm afraid I don't have good news. All of our properties on Palmar Island are fully booked through the new year. Ava's heart sank. So what am I supposed to do? Sleep in the car? I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, Amber said, her professional tone grating on Ava's last nerve. We can offer you a voucher for a future stay, in addition to your refund. A future stay, Ava repeated flatly. Right. Because I can just reschedule my entire life around your mistake. Again, I apologize. Save it, Ava cut her off, immediately regretting her sharp tone. It wasn't Amber's fault, after all. Process the refund, please. I'll figure something out. After ending the call, Ava leaned against her rental car, closing her eyes and taking several deep breaths. This was fine. She was a seasoned traveler, used to adapting to unexpected situations. She could handle this. Opening her eyes, Ava surveyed her surroundings. The rising moon was casting a silver glow over the pine trees. In the distance, she heard the faint sound of waves crashing against the shore. Despite her frustration, she couldn't deny the beauty of the island. Okay, Bennett, she muttered to herself. Time to rally. You didn't come all this way to give up now. With renewed determination, Ava climbed back into her rental car. She'd drive into town, find a place with decent Wi-Fi, and figure out her next move. There had to be a hotel or a bed and breakfast with a vacancy. And if not, she'd cross that bridge when she came to it. As she navigated the small roads back towards the center of town, Ava found her thoughts drifting once again to Daniel Winter. She wondered what he'd make of her current predicament. Probably laugh and offer to buy her a consolation coffee, she mused, a small smile tugging at her lips. The thought of coffee reminded her of the Roasted Bean, the cozy coffee shop where she'd met Daniel an hour ago. It seemed as good a place as any to regroup and plan her next move. 15 minutes later, Ava pulled into a parking spot near the town square. The Roasted Bean's warm, inviting glow beckoned her from across the street. As she climbed out of the car, pulling her jacket tighter against the chilly evening air, a familiar voice called out. Ava? Is that you? She turned, her heart skipping a beat as she saw Daniel Winter jogging towards her, a concerned look on his face. Daniel, she greeted him, surprised by how glad she was to see a familiar face. What are you still doing here? He grinned, that same disarming smile that had caught her attention the night before. I was running an errand before calling it a night. What brings you back? More coffee to even out those stains? Despite her frustration with the day's events, Ava found herself laughing. I don't think so. I'm still hoping the dry cleaners can do a better job evening out the color than our attempts at impromptu coffee staining. Daniel took a step closer, his expression turning from boyishly charming to something more serious. Are you okay? You look a little frazzled. Ava sighed, running a hand through her wind-tousled hair. That obvious, huh? It's been a bit of a day. Want to talk about it? Daniel offered, gesturing towards the Roasted Bean. We could get another coffee. Or some hot chocolate. I promise to keep it far away from your clothes this time. For a moment, Ava hesitated. She'd come to Palmar Island for solitude, to focus on her writing without distractions. Getting involved with a charming local hadn't been part of the plan. But as she looked at Daniel's kind, concerned face, Ava felt her resolve weakening. After the day she'd had, maybe a friendly ear was exactly what she needed. You know what? That sounds great, she said, managing a small smile. But I'm holding you to that no-spilling promise. Daniel's face lit up with a grin. Scout's honor, he replied, holding up 3 fingers in a mock salute. As they crossed the street together, Ava felt some of the day's tension begin to ease from her shoulders. She still had no idea where she was going to sleep tonight, but somehow, having Daniel by her side made the problem seem a little less daunting. Ava clutched the steering wheel like a lifeline as she followed Daniel's car through the winding streets of Palmar Island. The warm air blowing out of the vents was a stark contrast to the knot of anxiety twisting in her stomach. She'd come here seeking solitude and inspiration, and instead, she was trailing behind a virtual stranger in search of a place to sleep. As they turned onto the street running parallel to the ocean, Ava couldn't help but marvel at the change in scenery. The palmetto trees and sprawling oaks draped in Spanish moss were a far cry from the snow-capped Rockies she'd left behind in Denver. Even in the fading light, she could see the appeal that had drawn her to this coastal retreat. Daniel's vehicle slowed, turning into a driveway that seemed to materialize out of the greenery. Ava followed, her rental car's headlights illuminating a charming home that looked like it had sprung to life from the pages of a fairy tale. The house was a weathered blue-gray, its gabled roof and wraparound porch giving it a distinctly southern charm. But what caught Ava's breath was the light. Thousands of twinkling fairy lights adorned every surface, turning the beach house and its surrounding garden into a glowing wonderland. As Ava stepped out of her car, the scent of pine and salt air mingled with something sweeter, cinnamon, maybe? She took a deep breath, feeling some of the tension ease from her shoulders. "Miss Doris sure loves her Christmas lights," Daniel said, coming to stand beside her. His voice held a note of affectionate amusement. "It's beautiful," Ava breathed, still taking in the magical scene before her. "Like something out of a Hallmark movie." Daniel chuckled. "Wait until you meet Miss Doris. She's the living embodiment of the Christmas spirit." As if on cue, the front door swung open, spilling warm light onto the porch. A petite woman with silver curls and twinkling eyes stepped out, her face breaking into a wide smile. "Daniel Winter, as I live and breathe," she called, her voice rich with a southern drawl Ava had only heard in movies. "What brings you to my neck of the woods? And with company, no less." Daniel grinned, bounding up the porch steps to envelope the woman in a hug. "Hey, Miss Doris. Sorry to drop by unannounced. We've got a bit of a situation here." Miss Doris's gaze shifted to Ava, who suddenly felt very aware of her travel-rumpled appearance. "Well, don't just stand there in the cold, honey. Come on up here and let me get a look at you." Ava hesitated for a moment before making her way up the steps. Up close, she could see the laugh lines etched around Miss Doris's eyes and the warmth radiating from her smile. "Miss Doris, this is Ava Bennett," Daniel introduced. "Ava, meet Miss Doris, the unofficial grandmother of Palmar Island." "It's nice to meet you, ma'am," Ava said, extending her hand. Miss Doris bypassed the handshake entirely, pulling Ava into a hug that smelled of cinnamon and vanilla. "None of that ma'am business, honey. It's just Miss Doris. Now, come on inside and tell me what's got you two showing up on my doorstep looking like lost puppies." The interior of the house was just as charming as the outside. Every surface seemed to be adorned with some sort of Christmas decoration, from twinkling garlands to collections of Santa figurines. A fire crackled merrily in the stone fireplace, and the whole place radiated warmth and comfort. "Have a seat, both of you," Miss Doris instructed, gesturing to a plush floral sofa. "I'll put on some cocoa, and you can tell me what's going on." As Miss Doris bustled off to the kitchen, Ava sank into the sofa, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The events of the day, the disastrous rental situation, the fruitless phone calls, the uncertainty of where she'd sleep tonight, suddenly felt overwhelming. "Hey," Daniel said softly, sitting down beside her. "You okay?" Ava managed a weak smile. "Just tired. And a little overwhelmed, I guess. This isn't exactly how I pictured my writing retreat starting out." "That's right. You're here to write." Daniel's eyebrows rose in interest. "Tell me more about that novel you're working on." Before Ava could answer, Miss Doris returned, balancing a tray laden with cups and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Now then," she said, settling into an armchair across from them, "what seems to be the trouble?" Ava took a deep breath, cradling the cup of hot cocoa in her hands. "Well, it's a bit of a long story, but the short version is that my rental accommodation was double booked. I traveled all the way here from Denver, only to find out I have nowhere to stay." Miss Doris's eyes widened in sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing. No wonder you look so frazzled. And here I thought it was just from spending time with this troublemaker," she added, winking at Daniel. "Hey!" Daniel protested good-naturedly. I'll have you know I've been a perfect gentleman. Miss Doris hummed, clearly unconvinced. And I suppose that's why you brought her here? Hoping I'd have a spare room? Daniel had the grace to look sheepish. Well, I know you sometimes rent out your guest cottage. Miss Doris's face fell. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. The cottage is booked solid through the new year. I've got a lovely couple from Charlotte staying there right now. Ava felt her heart sink. She'd tried not to get her hopes up, but the cozy warmth of Miss Doris's home had made her yearn for a safe place to land. It's okay, she said, forcing a smile. I appreciate you even considering it. I'm sure I can find a hotel or something in town. Not likely, Miss Doris said, shaking her head. We don't have a hotel on Palmar Island. Just a few rentals, and as far as I'm aware, everything is booked up for the holidays. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Ava stared into her cup, trying to quell the panic rising in her chest. She was a problem solver by nature, it's what made her a good journalist. But right now, she felt completely out of her depth. Wait a minute, Daniel said suddenly, sitting up straighter. What about the farm? Mom's always saying how empty the house feels, with all of us boys moved out. Miss Doris's face lit up. Daniel Winter, that's a great idea. Your mama would love the company, especially with Christmas coming up. Ava looked between them, confusion and a hint of hope warring in her chest. The farm? My family's farm, Daniel explained. It's where I grew up. We've got plenty of space, and my mom's always taking in strays, human and animal alike. You live here? Ava asked. She'd assumed he was a tourist like herself who had taken her to the lady who rented his accommodations. Born and raised, Daniel said, the tips of his ears turning red. I don't spend much time here anymore, but the rest of my family does, and I'm sure they'd be happy to have you. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose, Ava said, but Miss Doris cut her off with a wave of her hand. Nonsense, honey. Maggie Winter would be tickled pink to have you stay. And it would do this one some good to have you around, she added, nodding towards Daniel. Keep him out of trouble. Daniel rolled his eyes good-naturedly. I'm beginning to regret introducing you too. Despite her reservations, Ava found herself smiling. There was something about Miss Doris's warmth and Daniel's easy charm that made her feel safe. Like maybe, things would work out. Are you sure it wouldn't be too much trouble? She asked, looking at Daniel. His eyes met hers, warm and reassuring. Not at all. My mom would kill me if she found out I let you sleep in your car or something. Besides, he added with a grin, it'll give me a chance to show you the real Palmar Island, not just the tourist spots. Ava hesitated for a moment longer, weighing her options. On one hand, staying with strangers, with Daniel's family, no less, felt awkward and imposing. On the other hand, the alternative was spending who knows how long searching for a place to stay, eating into her precious writing time. All right, she said finally, squaring her shoulders. If you're sure it's not too much trouble, I'd be really grateful for a place to stay. Just for the night, though. Wonderful. Miss Doris clapped her hands together, beaming. Oh, Maggie's going to be so excited. She loves having young people around the house. As Miss Doris bustled off to call the Winter farm, Ava turned to Daniel. Thank you, she said softly. Really? You didn't have to go to all this trouble for a stranger. Daniel's smile was warm, his eyes crinkling at the corners in a way that made Ava's heart do a little flip. Well, maybe I'm hoping we won't be strangers for long. The words hung in the air between them, full of possibility. Ava felt a blush creeping up her cheeks and quickly took a sip of tea to hide it. So, Daniel said, leaning back against the sofa, tell me more about this masterpiece you're working on. Grateful for the change of subject, Ava launched into an explanation of her novel in progress and her hopes that the change of scenery would spark her creativity. As they talked, the tension of the day began to ebb away, replaced by a growing sense of excitement. Maybe, Ava thought as she watched Daniel gesticulate animatedly about the island's hidden gems, this wasn't such a disaster after all. Maybe the universe had something else in store for her on Palmar Island. Something she never could have planned for. When Miss Doris returned, practically glowing with excitement, Ava felt a surge of gratitude. For Miss Doris's warmth, for Daniel's kindness, and for the strange twist of fate that had led her here. "Well," Daniel said, standing and offering Ava his hand, "shall we head to the farm? I promise my family's not as scary as they might seem." Ava took his hand, allowing him to pull her to her feet. "Lead the way," she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "I'm ready for the next adventure." Chapter 3. Daniel woke to the familiar sound of roosters crowing, a noise that had once been as natural to him as breathing. Now, after years of waking to wildlife calls in far-flung locations, it felt like an intrusion. He rolled over, burying his face in the pillow that still smelled faintly of his mother's lavender laundry soap. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting patterns on the hardwood floor, the same patterns he'd watched as a child, dreaming of adventures in distant lands. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd achieved those dreams, built a successful career filming wildlife documentaries, and yet here he was, back in his childhood bedroom, feeling more lost than ever. The sound of laughter drifted up from downstairs. His mother's warm chuckle mixed with another voice he recognized as Ava's. The two had hit it off immediately last night, Maggie Winter taking to their unexpected house guest like a duck to water. "You must be exhausted, poor thing," his mother had said, ushering Ava inside with the practiced ease of someone used to taking in strays. "Coming all the way from Denver. Let's get you settled in the guest room. Have you eaten? I've got some soup warming on the stove." Daniel smiled, despite his melancholy mood. His mother hadn't changed a bit. The woman was still capable of making anyone feel like family within minutes of meeting them. With a groan, he pushed himself up, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. His camera equipment sat in the corner where he'd left it, the expensive gear looking oddly out of place among his childhood memorabilia. Usually, by this time of year, he'd be deep into planning his next project, poring over location scouts and funding proposals. Instead, he had nothing. No leads, no inspiration, not even a hint of what he wanted to do next. The thought sent a familiar wave of anxiety through his chest. A knock at his door interrupted his brooding. "Danny? You up?" his mother called. "Yes, Mom." "Come in." Maggie Winter poked her head in, her face lighting up at the sight of him. "There's my sleepy boy. I've got breakfast ready downstairs when you want it. And that sweet girl Ava is already up and about. She's quite the early riser." Daniel nodded, running a hand through his sleep-mussed hair. "I'll be down in a few minutes." His mother lingered in the doorway, her expression softening. "You know, it's nice having both you and Ava here. The house feels more alive somehow." "Mom," Daniel warned, recognizing the gleam in her eye. "I'm just saying it's nice, that's all." She held up her hands in mock surrender. "Though I have to say, she seems like a lovely girl. A writer, too. Creative, like you." "Please don't start," Daniel said. "She's staying here because she needed a place to crash. Don't read anything else into this." His mother's knowing smile said she thought otherwise, but mercifully, she changed the subject. "Well, either way, come down soon before your breakfast gets cold." "And Danny?" She paused, her expression growing serious. "I hope you know you can talk to me. About anything." Before Daniel could respond, she was gone, leaving him alone with thoughts he'd rather not examine too closely. With a sigh, he got up and began his morning routine. As he moved around the room, he noticed the contrast between his current situation and where he'd been a few months ago. Then, he'd been in the Chile, filming a documentary about Patagonian pumas. The year before that, he'd been tracking snow leopards in Mongolia. Now, he was back in his childhood bedroom, listening to his mother cook breakfast and trying not to think about the beautiful writer from Colorado who'd somehow ended up under their roof. The sound of Ava's laughter drifted up again, accompanied by what sounded like his father's voice. Great. Even his dad was falling under the woman's spell. Daniel caught his reflection in the mirror above his dresser and frowned. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, testament to too many nights lying awake, wondering what he was doing with his life. At his age, he should have it all figured out, shouldn't he? His brothers seemed to think so. Ethan had the farm, a clear purpose and legacy to carry on. Mark had his career in aerospace, complete with a corner office in Charleston. And James, the eldest, had always had his life together, even if he'd chosen to build it away from Palmar Island. And what did Daniel have? A collection of award-winning documentaries that suddenly felt hollow, and no idea what to do next. He pulled on a fresh pair of jeans and a sweater, trying to shake off the melancholy thoughts. This was supposed to be a break, a chance to recharge and find his inspiration again. Instead, he felt more adrift than ever. The smell of coffee and bacon finally lured him downstairs. He paused at the bottom of the steps, taking in the scene in the kitchen. His mother stood at the stove, expertly flipping pancakes while carrying on an animated conversation with Ava, who sat at the kitchen island nursing a cup of coffee. His father was in his usual spot at the table, reading the paper but clearly listening to their chat with amusement. Ava looked different this morning, more relaxed, her chestnut hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing what appeared to be an old college sweatshirt. She'd obviously taken his mother's insistence to make yourself at home to heart. "Well, look who finally decided to join the land of the living," his father said, spotting him hovering in the doorway. Ava turned, and Daniel felt his heart do a strange little flip when their eyes met. "Good morning," she said, offering him a warm smile. "Your mom's been telling me all about your childhood adventures on the farm." "Oh no," Daniel groaned, sliding onto the stool next to her. "Mom, please tell me you haven't broken out the photo albums." "Not yet," his mother replied with a mischievous grin. "But now that you mention it." "Don't you dare," Daniel warned, but he was smiling despite himself. "Actually," Ava said, turning to face him fully, "she was telling me about all the hours you spent up in that old oak tree with your first camera. Apparently, you were quite the determined wildlife photographer, even as a kid." Something in her tone made Daniel look at her more closely. There was genuine interest there, not just polite conversation. He shrugged, accepting the cup of coffee his mother placed in front of him. "I guess I always knew what I wanted to do. Or at least, I thought I did." The words slipped out before he could stop them, more honest than he'd intended. Ava's expression shifted, something like understanding flickering across her face. "I know that feeling," she said softly, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. "Sometimes the things we're most sure about turn out to be the most uncertain." Their eyes met again, and for a moment, Daniel felt a connection that went beyond their chance meeting at the coffee shop. Here was someone who understood what it was like to question your path, to wonder if the dreams you'd chased were still the right ones. The moment was broken by his mother setting plates of food in front of them. "Eat up, both of you," she instructed. "Ava, honey, you're far too thin. Don't they feed you out there in Denver?" "Mom," Daniel protested, but Ava just laughed. "The food here is amazing, Mrs. Winter," she said. "I might never leave. Call me Maggie. And you're welcome to stay as long as you like." Daniel watched as his mother patted Ava's shoulder affectionately before bustling off to refill his father's coffee cup. In a mere 12 hours, Ava had managed to charm both his parents. The thought should have made him uncomfortable, but instead, he felt a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the coffee. As they ate breakfast, listening to his parents' gentle bickering and Ava's occasional laughter, Daniel found himself relaxing. Maybe being home wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe what he needed wasn't another exotic location or dangerous adventure, but something closer to his roots. He glanced at Ava, catching her hiding a smile behind her coffee cup as his father launched into one of his familiar farming stories. She looked right, somehow, sitting there in his family's kitchen, as if she'd always belonged. Daniel stepped out of his room, still toweling his hair dry after his shower, only to collide with a warm body in the hallway. His hand shot out instinctively, steadying Ava before she could stumble. "We have to stop meeting like this," she laughed, her hands braced against his chest. "First coffee, now this." I'm starting to think you're doing it on purpose. Daniel became acutely aware that he was only wearing a worn pair of jeans, his feet bare on the hardwood floor. Ava's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her hair was damp. She must have just showered too. Me? He grinned, forcing himself to step back. You're the one lurking in hallways. Lurking? Ava raised an eyebrow. I was walking to my room, thank you very much. You're the one who came bursting out like a bull in a china shop. Now you sound like my mother, Daniel chuckled, then immediately regretted the comparison. The last thing he needed was to think about his mother while standing this close to Ava. A door opened downstairs, and his mother's voice floated up. Daniel? Can you help your father bring in some firewood? Coming, he called back, grateful for the interruption. Excuse me, he said to Ava, gesturing to the stairs. She stepped aside with an exaggerated bow. By all means, don't let me stop you from your manly wood-carrying duties. Daniel shook his head, heading to his room to grab a sweater. He could still feel the warmth of her hands on his chest, and the scent of her shampoo, something floral and fresh, lingered in his nose. Later that morning, they collided again in the kitchen. Daniel reached for his favorite coffee mug just as Ava did the same, their fingers brushing against each other. Sorry, they said in unison, both pulling back. Go ahead, Daniel offered, trying to ignore the spark he'd felt at the brief contact. No, you take it, Ava insisted. I'm the guest here. Nonsense, his mother's voice made them both jump. Maggie Winter stood in the doorway, a knowing smile on her face. Ava, honey, you're not a guest. You're family now. Take whatever mug you like. Daniel watched as Ava's face lit up at his mother's words. Something warm and dangerous unfurled in his chest at the sight. Thank you, Maggie, Ava said softly, reaching for the mug again. Though I think Daniel should have this one. It looks well loved. It's his favorite, Maggie confirmed, bustling into the kitchen. He's had it since high school. Won it in some photography contest, didn't you, Danny? Mom, Daniel groaned, but Ava's eyes had already lit up with interest. A photography contest? Do tell, she said, leaning against the counter and cradling a different mug in her hands. Before Daniel could protest, his mother launched into the story of his first wildlife photography competition. He'd spent weeks tracking a pair of osprey that nested near the marsh, determined to capture the perfect shot. He was so dedicated, Maggie said proudly. Up before dawn every morning, rain or shine. And when he won that contest, oh, you should have seen his face. Mom, please, Daniel interrupted, feeling his cheeks heat up. I'm sure Ava doesn't want to hear about my awkward teenage years. On the contrary, Ava grinned, I find it fascinating. Who knew the great wildlife filmmaker started with ospreys in South Carolina? There was something in her tone, not mocking, but genuinely interested, that made Daniel pause. She was looking at him with those bright hazel eyes, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and suddenly he wanted to tell her everything about that summer, about discovering his passion for wildlife photography. But that was dangerous territory. Ava was only here temporarily, just passing through on her way to whatever adventure came next. Getting attached would be a mistake. Throughout the day, they kept crossing paths. In the living room, where Ava had set up her laptop to write while Daniel sorted through footage on his camera. In the kitchen again at lunch, where they worked side by side making sandwiches, their elbows brushing occasionally. Each time, the air seemed to crackle with something unspoken. By late afternoon, Daniel found himself in the living room again, supposedly reviewing some old footage, but actually watching Ava over the top of his laptop. She sat curled in his father's favorite armchair, her legs tucked under her, headphones covering her ears, completely absorbed in whatever she was writing. The warm afternoon light streaming through the windows caught the auburn highlights in her hair, and her bottom lip was caught between her teeth in concentration. She's something else, isn't she? Daniel started at his mother's voice. He hadn't heard her approach. I don't know what you mean, he said, quickly returning his attention to his laptop. Maggie sat on the arm of the couch beside him. Oh, I think you do. She reminds me a bit of myself at that age, creative, independent, not afraid to chase her dreams. "Mom," Daniel warned, but Maggie held up a hand. "I'm just saying, it's nice seeing you look at someone that way again. And she looks at you too, when you're not watching." Before Daniel could respond, Ava looked up from her writing, catching his eye across the room. She smiled, that warm, genuine smile that seemed to light up her whole face, and Daniel felt his heart skip a beat. This was dangerous territory indeed. "It's not like that," he told his mother, though the words felt hollow even to his own ears. "She's just passing through. Besides, I'm not looking for anything right now." Maggie hummed skeptically. "Well, remember what I always say, the best things in life usually come when we're not looking for them." She patted his shoulder and walked away, leaving Daniel to his thoughts. Across the room, Ava had returned to her writing, her fingers flying across the keyboard, completely oblivious to the effect she was having on him. Daniel tried to focus on his work, but his eyes kept drifting back to her. There was something captivating about the way she lost herself in her writing, the same way he lost himself behind a camera. She had a presence about her that seemed to fill the room, making everything else fade into the background. Chapter 4. Ava sat cross-legged on her bed in the Winters' guest room, staring at the blinking cursor on her laptop screen. The words that had been flowing so easily yesterday seemed stuck somewhere between her brain and her fingers. The cheerful chaos of the farmhouse, doors opening and closing, voices calling out, the constant movement of family life, was both charming and distracting. A soft knock at her door provided a welcome interruption. "Come in," she called, grateful for any excuse to stop pretending to write. Daniel's head appeared around the door. "Hey. I was thinking of taking a walk down to the beach. Want to come? Might help clear your head." Ava glanced at her laptop, then back at Daniel. His eyes held a hint of understanding, as if he knew exactly what it was like to be stuck in your own head. "Actually, that sounds perfect," she said, closing her laptop with perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm. "Let me grab my jacket." The walk to the beach took them through a winding path lined with live oaks. It was different from the raw beauty of the Rockies that Ava was used to, but no less breathtaking. Spanish moss draped from the trees like natural Christmas decorations, and the air grew saltier with each step. "How far is the beach from the farm?" Ava asked, falling into step beside Daniel. "About half a mile," he replied. "We own most of the land down to the shoreline. Been in the family for generations." They emerged from the tree line, and Ava caught her breath. The Atlantic stretched out before them, vast and gray-blue under the winter sky. Waves rolled in rhythmically, their gentle sound a stark contrast to the mountain silence she'd left behind in Colorado. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "Different from Denver?" Daniel asked, a smile in his voice. Ava laughed. "A bit. The highest waves we get are in wheat fields." They made their way down to the packed sand near the water's edge, falling into an easy rhythm as they walked. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries mixing with the sound of the surf. "So," Daniel said after a comfortable silence, "what made you choose Palmar Island for your writing retreat? There must be plenty of quiet places closer to home." Ava considered the question, watching a sandpiper skitter along the waterline. "I wanted something completely different. In Denver, I'm surrounded by mountains. They're beautiful, but sometimes they feel like walls, you know? Out here, there's nothing but horizon." Daniel nodded thoughtfully. "I get that. It's why I love filming in wide-open spaces. There's something about that endless possibility that makes you feel free." "Exactly." Ava turned to him, excited by his understanding. "That's what I'm trying to capture in my novel. That sense of possibility, of adventure." "What's it about?" Daniel asked, his interest seeming genuine. "It's about a woman who photographs abandoned places around the world," Ava explained, warming to the subject. "She started doing it as a way to process her grief after losing her mother, but it becomes something more. A way of preserving stories that might otherwise be lost." "That sounds fascinating," Daniel said. "Have you done much urban exploration yourself?" Ava grinned. More than my insurance company would probably like to know about. There was this one time in Budapest. She launched into the story of exploring an abandoned Soviet-era hospital, complete with creepy medical equipment and mysterious footprints in the dust. Daniel laughed at all the right moments, then countered with his own tale of getting stuck in a tree in Borneo while trying to film proboscis monkeys. "No way!" Ava exclaimed. "How long were you up there?" 3 hours, Daniel admitted, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. My guide thought it was hilarious. He kept throwing banana peels up at me and making monkey noises. Ava's laughter echoed across the beach. Please tell me that made it into the documentary. Sadly, no. Though I did get some amazing footage of the monkeys. They seemed to think I was some weird, tall relative who didn't know proper tree climbing etiquette. They continued walking, trading stories about their adventures. Daniel told her about filming polar bears in the Arctic, and Ava shared her experience photographing ghost towns in the Nevada desert. Despite their different careers, they found common ground in their love of capturing moments and preserving stories. What's the scariest situation you've ever been in? Ava asked, stepping over a piece of driftwood. Daniel thought for a moment. Probably when I was filming black bears in Alaska. Had one get a little too curious about my equipment. Knocked over my tripod and nearly gave me a heart attack. What did you do? Remembered my training, stood my ground, and tried not to think about how my insurance definitely wouldn't cover eaten by bear while getting the perfect shot. He grinned. How about you? Ava shuddered. Probably the time I got locked in an abandoned asylum in Romania. The floor gave way under me, and I fell through to the level below. Took me 2 hours to find a way out. Were you alone? Daniel looked at her with an intensity that took her breath away. Yes, Ava admitted. Not my smartest moment. But I got some amazing shots. Want to see? She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her photo gallery until she found the images. Daniel stepped closer, his shoulder brushing against hers as he looked at the screen. The contact sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the cool ocean breeze. These are incredible, he said, swiping through the photos. You have a real eye for composition. Thanks, Ava replied, acutely aware of how close they were standing. I try to find beauty in forgotten places. Stories in the silence. Daniel looked at her then, really looked at her, and Ava felt her breath catch. There was something in his eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. In a good way. The moment stretched between them, filled with possibility. Then a wave crashed particularly close to their feet, making them both jump and laugh. We should probably head back, Daniel said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Mom will have dinner ready soon. Ava nodded, trying to ignore the tinge of disappointment she felt. Lead the way. As they turned back toward the farm, Ava found herself stealing glances at Daniel. He moved with an easy grace, completely at home in this landscape. It was different from the slightly awkward man she'd met in the coffee shop, who'd spilled the drink all over her. Here, he seemed more himself. What? He asked, catching her looking. Nothing, she said quickly. Thinking about how different this is from what I expected when I planned this trip. Daniel's expression softened. Good different or bad different? Ava thought about the warm welcome she'd received from the Winter family, about the peaceful beauty of the island, about the man walking beside her who seemed to understand her in a way few people did. Good, she said softly. Definitely good. They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, their shoulders occasionally brushing. The late afternoon sun painted everything in golden light, and the salt air filled Ava's lungs with each breath. She felt more peaceful than she had in months, maybe years. As they approached the tree line that would lead them back to the farm, Ava realized something. For the first time since arriving on Palmar Island, she wasn't thinking about her writing deadline or her accommodation troubles. Instead, she was simply present in this moment, walking along a beautiful beach with a fascinating man who made her laugh. Ava curled into the corner of the Winter's plush sofa, cradling a mug of hot chocolate between her hands. The farmhouse had grown quiet after dinner, with Maggie and Henry heading to bed early and Ethan and Olivia out for the evening. Only the crackling of the fire broke the peaceful silence. Daniel sat in the recliner across from her, his own mug balanced on the chair's arm as he stoked the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting the thoughtful expression he wore. "Can I ask you something?" he asked, settling back into his chair. "Sure," Ava replied, taking a sip of her cocoa. Maggie had made it from scratch, complete with homemade marshmallows that melted into creamy perfection. "What's the longest you've ever stayed in one place?" The question caught her off guard, but the cozy intimacy of the moment made honesty feel natural. 3 years, when I first moved to Denver after college. I thought it was time to grow up, you know? Get a steady job, put down roots. What happened? Ava laughed softly, watching the flames dance in the fireplace. I got restless. Started taking longer and longer travel assignments, until I was barely home. Finally admitted to myself that maybe the traditional path wasn't for me. Daniel nodded, understanding evident in his expression. I get that. My longest stint anywhere was 2 years in Kenya, working on a documentary about elephant migration. Even then, I was constantly moving, following the herds. Your family must love that, Ava said, thinking of how clearly Maggie treasured having her children close. They've gotten used to it, Daniel shrugged, but there was something in his tone that made Ava look at him more closely. Mom always says as long as I'm happy, she's happy. But you can tell she wishes you'd stay closer to home? Ava finished when he trailed off. Yeah. Daniel leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Especially now that Ethan's settled down with Olivia, and Mark has Lena and his career. Sometimes I wonder if they think I'm avoiding responsibility, you know? The vulnerability in his voice struck a chord in Ava. I know exactly what you mean. My parents don't exactly understand why I can't just settle down and write from home. As if creativity works that way. Right? Daniel ran a hand through his hair. They don't get that sometimes you need to move to stay still, if that makes any sense. Perfect sense, Ava said softly. It's like standing still feels more suffocating than any amount of movement. Their eyes met across the space between them, and Ava felt that now familiar flutter in her chest. The firelight seemed to soften everything, making the moment feel almost dreamlike. I guess we're both just passing through, huh? Daniel said, his voice quieter now. I guess so. Ava tried to ignore the twinge of disappointment his words caused. Though your family seems determined to adopt me permanently. Daniel smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Mom's gotten pretty attached. She's good at that, making people feel like they belong. She is, Ava said, thinking of how quickly Maggie had welcomed her into their home. But we both know this is temporary. Just a holiday break, right? Right, Daniel agreed, perhaps a bit too quickly. Besides, you've got your writing to focus on, and I'm sure something will come up soon. A new project or... He trailed off, and Ava caught a flicker of uncertainty in his expression. In the intimate lighting, she could see the doubt beneath his usual confidence. No leads on the horizon, she asked gently. Daniel shook his head, staring into the fire. Not really. For the first time in my career, I feel stuck. Like I'm waiting for something, but I don't know what. The admission seemed to cost him something, and Ava found herself moving without thinking, shifting to the end of the sofa closer to his chair. I know that feeling. It's why I came here, actually. I've been staring at a blank screen for months, hoping for inspiration to strike. Has it? Ava thought about her novel, about the words that had started flowing more easily since she arrived on Palmar Island. Maybe. Things feel different here. Different how? She considered the question, watching the flames dance. Clearer, somehow. Like the noise in my head has quieted down enough for me to hear my own thoughts again. Daniel was silent for a moment, then said, I think I know what you mean. Being home, it's not what I expected. Good unexpected or bad unexpected? I'm not sure yet, he admitted, meeting her gaze. The intensity in his eyes made her breath catch. They sat in comfortable silence, the fire crackling softly. Ava was acutely aware of how close they were, of how easy it would be to reach out and touch him. "We should probably call it a night," she said finally, though she made no move to stand. "Probably," Daniel agreed, staying equally still. Another moment passed before Ava forced herself to her feet, setting her empty mug on the coffee table. "Early start tomorrow, right?" Daniel rose too, and for a moment they stood facing each other, the fire casting warm light around them. Something unspoken hung in the air between them, heavy with possibility. "Ava," Daniel started, then seemed to think better of it. "Whatever this is, whatever's happening here, we don't have to make it complicated. We can just enjoy the holiday for what it is." Ava ignored the slight pang in her chest at his words. "Of course," she agreed, forcing a smile. "No complications. Just two wanderers crossing paths for a while." Daniel nodded, looking relieved. "Exactly. No expectations, no pressure." "No pressure," Ava echoed, trying to convince herself as much as him. Chapter 5. Daniel checked the weather on his phone one last time, before shoving it into his jacket pocket. Clear skies, mild temperatures, and calm seas, perfect conditions for what he had planned. He found Ava in the kitchen, helping his mother with breakfast cleanup. The sight of them working side by side, chatting and laughing, sent an unexpected warmth through his chest. "Hey," he called from the doorway, "you up for an adventure today?" Ava turned, raising an eyebrow. "What kind of adventure?" "The kind that involves a boat, an abandoned lighthouse, and possibly hidden treasure." "Hidden treasure?" Ava's eyes lit up with interest. "Now you're making things up." "Maybe," Daniel grinned. "But the lighthouse is real, and it's definitely worth exploring." "What do you say?" Ava glanced at Maggie, who was already waving her off. Go. You young people should be out having fun, not stuck in here with an old woman." "You're hardly old, Mom," Daniel said, but Maggie just shooed them both toward the door. "Wear something warm," she called after them. "The wind can be fierce out on the water." 20 minutes and a brief run-in with his cousin Zoe later, they were walking down to the harbor where Daniel's friend kept his boat. Ava had changed into jeans and a thick sweater, with a windbreaker tied around her waist. A camera hung from her neck, a habit Daniel recognized from his own tendency to never leave home without equipment. "So, whose boat are we borrowing?" Ava asked as they made their way down the dock. "My friend Simon's. He uses it mainly for fishing, but he lets me take it out sometimes when I need to film shorebirds or dolphins." Daniel stopped in front of a well-maintained center console boat. "She's not fancy, but she's reliable." "She's perfect," Ava said, running her hand along the gunnel. "I haven't been on a boat since that disaster in Thailand." Daniel paused in the middle of untying a rope. "Do I want to know?" "Let's just say it involved an overenthusiastic tour guide, a family of macaques, and my lunch ending up feeding the fish." She grimaced at the memory. Daniel laughed. "Well, I promise a much smoother ride today. The water's like glass." He helped her aboard, trying not to notice how well her hand fit in his, or how her eyes crinkled at the corners when she smiled. "Focus, Winter." Once they were settled and the engine was purring, Daniel guided the boat out of the harbor. The morning sun sparkled on the water, and a pod of dolphins played in the distance. "Oh wow," Ava breathed, lifting her camera. The rapid click of her shutter mixed with the sound of waves against the hull. "If you think this is good, wait until we get out a bit further," Daniel said. "The view of the island from the water is incredible." As they cruised along, Daniel found himself sharing stories he hadn't thought about in years, like the time he'd tried to teach himself to sail using only YouTube videos and nearly capsized his uncle's boat. "You didn't?" Ava exclaimed, laughing so hard she had to wipe tears from her eyes. "I did." Dad was furious, but Mom couldn't stop laughing. Said it served Uncle Pete right for leaving the keys where a 15-year-old could find them. "Your mom sounds amazing," Ava said, still chuckling. "Mine would have grounded me until college." What's the most trouble you ever got into as a kid? Daniel asked, adjusting their course slightly. Ava thought for a moment. Probably when I convinced my entire fourth grade class that I was a secret agent training for a mission to Mars. How on earth did you manage that? I was very committed to the role, Ava said proudly. Had a fake badge and everything. Even learned some Russian phrases from the internet. The principal finally had to call my parents when kids started bringing me their lunch money as a contribution to the space program. Daniel burst out laughing. Please tell me you didn't actually take their money. Of course not. I was a secret agent, not a con artist. Ava's mock-offended expression set them both off again. As their laughter faded, Daniel noticed how relaxed Ava looked. Her hair whipped in the wind, her face was turned toward the sun. It was a far cry from the frustrated writer he'd met at the coffee shop just days ago. There it is, he said, pointing ahead to where a small island rose from the water. The lighthouse stood proud against the sky, its white paint faded but still visible. It's beautiful, Ava breathed, already lifting her camera. How long has it been abandoned? About 50 years. They automated most of the lighthouses along this stretch of coast. This one was decommissioned completely when they realized the shipping lanes had shifted too far out to make it useful. Daniel guided the boat into a small cove, where a weathered dock still stood. He cut the engine and let them drift in slowly, years of practice making the maneuver look easier than it was. Need any help? Ava asked, moving to the bow. Just toss that rope around that piling when we get close enough, Daniel instructed. She did so with surprising skill. Not bad for a mountain girl. I'll have you know I spent several summers working at a marina in Michigan, Ava said. I can tie a mean cleat hitch. Michigan? Daniel raised an eyebrow as he secured the stern line. My grandparents lived on the lake in Michigan. Spent every summer there until I was 16. A shadow passed over her face. They had to sell it when Grandpa got sick. Daniel recognized the look in her eyes, the same one he sometimes saw in his own reflection when thinking about places he'd never see again. Ready to explore? He asked, offering her a hand up onto the dock. Ava's smile returned. Lead the way, Captain. They made their way up an overgrown path that wound through thick vegetation. Spanish moss hung from the trees like ghostly curtains, and the air was thick with the scent of salt and pine. Watch your step here, Daniel warned, pointing out a partially hidden route. The path hasn't been maintained in years. It's like something out of a fairy tale, Ava said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. All we need is a wise old owl to give us cryptic advice. Sorry, best I can do is a couple of seagulls who might try to steal your lunch. The path curved, and suddenly the lighthouse loomed before them in all its glory. Standing nearly 100 feet tall, its white paint was weathered and peeling, but the structure itself appeared solid. Vines crept up the base, and what had once been the keeper's house was now little more than a stone foundation. Wow, Ava breathed, her camera already clicking away. This is incredible. Daniel watched her work, recognizing the intense focus that came over her face. It was the same expression he wore when filming, that complete absorption in capturing the perfect moment. The inside is even better, he said when she finally lowered her camera. If you're up for it. Ava's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you kidding? Try and stop me. Daniel pulled a key from his pocket. At Ava's questioning look, he explained, the Historical Society keeps it maintained enough to be safe. They do tours sometimes during the summer. And you just happen to have a key? I may have helped them film a documentary about the lighthouse's history a few years back, Daniel said, fitting the key into the lock. They let me keep a copy in case I ever needed to film more footage. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a circular room filled with dust motes dancing in the beams of sunlight that streamed through the windows. The air smelled of old wood and salt, with just a hint of rust. This is amazing, Ava said, her voice hushed as if she were in a church. She moved slowly around the room, running her fingers along the curved wall. Look at these marks here, do you think they're height measurements for the keeper's children? Daniel stepped closer, examining the pencil marks she'd found. Could be. The last keeper had 3 kids, according to the records. They lived here year-round until 1957. Can you imagine growing up in a place like this? Ava asked, still tracing the marks with her finger. The isolation, the constant sound of the waves, the storms. Actually, I can, Daniel said softly. It's not so different from growing up on a farm. The rhythm of the days, the connection to the elements, the sense of responsibility. Ava turned to look at him, something understanding in her expression. Is that why you left? To find something different? Maybe, Daniel admitted. Or maybe I just needed to prove I could. He cleared his throat, suddenly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Want to see the view from the top? Ava's face lit up. Race you? Not a chance, Daniel laughed, gesturing to the spiral staircase. Ladies first. And watch your step. Some of these treads are pretty worn. As they began their ascent, Daniel smiled at Ava's evident excitement. Her enthusiasm was contagious, making him see the familiar lighthouse through new eyes. The stairs creaked beneath their feet, and their breathing echoed in the narrow space. But with each step, more light filtered down from above, promising something spectacular at the top. The lighthouse observation deck was smaller than he remembered from his last visit, maybe 15 feet in diameter, and offered a panoramic view of the surrounding waters. The late afternoon sun bathed everything in golden light. Daniel watched as Ava moved around the space, her camera clicking steadily. She seemed to float from around, capturing different angles of the view, completely lost in her art. It reminded him of how he felt when filming, that sense of the world narrowing down to just you and what you're trying to capture. This is incredible, she breathed, finally lowering her camera. I can't believe this view has been sitting here, waiting to be found. That's what I love about places like this, Daniel said, moving to stand beside her. They hold on to their magic, whether anyone's here to see it or not. Ava turned to look at him, her expression thoughtful. Is that why you do what you do? Try to capture those magical moments on film? Daniel considered the question, watching a flock of seabirds wheel past them. Maybe. Though lately, I'm not sure what I'm trying to capture anymore. What do you mean? He hadn't meant to say that last part out loud, but something about the moment, the golden light, the isolation, Ava's quiet presence beside him, made honesty feel safe. I've been feeling stuck, he admitted, leaning against the railing. Like I've lost my direction. The last project in Chile, it was supposed to be this big thing, tracking pumas in Patagonia. But halfway through, I realized my heart wasn't in it. The footage was fine, technically perfect even, but it was missing something. Soul? Ava suggested softly. Daniel nodded, surprised by her understanding. Exactly. It's like I've spent so long chasing the next big story, the next amazing shot, that I forgot why I started doing this in the first place. Why did you start? She asked. He smiled, remembering. Because I wanted to show people the magic in the world around them. Not just the big, dramatic moments, but the small ones too. A mother bird feeding her chicks, a fox playing in the snow, a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Now it feels like everything has to be bigger, more dramatic. More dangerous. Like if I'm not risking my life hanging off a cliff to film some rare species, it's not worth doing. I get that, Ava said, setting her camera down carefully. It's like there's this pressure to always be pushing boundaries, always seeking the next adrenaline rush. But sometimes you just want to breathe, Daniel finished when she trailed off. Yes, it's why I started working on my novel. Ava turned back to the window, but Daniel could see her reflection in the glass. Can I tell you something I haven't told anyone else? Of course. I'm tired of running. The words came out in a rush, as if she'd been holding them back for a long time. Everyone thinks I travel because I'm this free spirit, this adventure seeker. And maybe that's part of it. But mostly? I think I'm just scared. Of what? Of staying still long enough to fail. Of putting down roots only to discover I'm not enough. She wrapped her arms around herself. It's easier to keep moving, to always be the interesting friend with exciting stories. No one expects anything else from you that way. Daniel felt something twist in his chest. How many times had he felt the same way? How many projects had he taken on simply because they were far away from the expectations of home? Especially after Sarah. I get it, he said quietly, pushing away the thoughts of the woman who'd broken his heart. As long as you're moving, you don't have to examine too closely whether you're moving in the right direction. Ava turned to face him then, and the look in her eyes made his breath catch. Exactly. But being here, on this island, it's making me question everything I thought I knew about myself. How so? She gestured to the view outside. Look at this place. It's beautiful, yes, but it's more than that. There's a peace here I haven't felt in. I can't even remember how long. And your family? She shook her head, smiling softly. They've known me for less than a week and already make me feel more at home than I've felt in years. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. The light caught in Ava's hair, creating a halo effect that made her look almost ethereal. I know what you mean, Daniel said, his voice rougher than he intended. Coming home this time is different. Like maybe I've been looking for something out there that was here all along. Their eyes met, and suddenly Daniel was acutely aware of how close they were standing. He could see the flecks of gold in Ava's hazel eyes, could smell the light floral scent of her shampoo. Daniel, she whispered, and he wasn't sure if it was a question or an answer. Later, he wouldn't be able to say who moved first. All he knew was that one moment they were standing there, suspended in the golden light, and the next his lips were on hers. The kiss was soft at first, tentative. Then Ava's hands came up to rest on his chest, and something inside Daniel broke loose. He wrapped one arm around her waist, pulling her closer, his other hand coming up to cup her cheek. Ava made a small sound in the back of her throat, and Daniel felt it reverberate through his entire body. She tasted like coffee and something sweet. Her lips were impossibly soft against his. The kiss deepened, became something more urgent. Daniel's hand slid into Ava's hair, and her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt. The last rays of sunlight streamed around them, wrapping them in warmth and golden light. Finally, they broke apart, both slightly breathless. For a moment, they just stood there, foreheads touching, hearts racing. Then Ava let out a small laugh, stepping back slightly. Well, that's one way to watch a sunset. Daniel forced himself to laugh too, even as every cell in his body screamed to pull her close again. Yeah, definitely beats my usual viewing spot on the farm. They both knew they were doing it, breaking the tension, trying to make light of a moment that felt anything but light. But it was safer this way, wasn't it? They were both leaving soon, both used to temporary connections. Better to keep things casual than risk complicating matters. We should probably head back, Ava said, though she made no move toward the stairs. It'll be dark soon. Right, Daniel agreed, equally stationary. Don't want to worry Mom. Another moment passed before either of them moved. Finally, Ava bent to pick up her camera, and the spell was broken. They made their way down the spiral staircase in silence, their footsteps echoing in the empty lighthouse. Outside, the world had taken on the purple hue of dusk. The air was cooler now, and Ava pulled her windbreaker tighter around herself as they walked back to the dock. Daniel wanted to say something, anything, to break the silence between them. But what? That the kiss had shaken him to his core? That for the first time in years, he felt truly present in a moment? That she made him want things he'd convinced himself he didn't need? Instead, he helped her into the boat, started the engine, and pointed them back toward Palmar Island and its safe harbor. The ride back was quiet, but not uncomfortable. Every now and then, he'd catch Ava looking at him, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Each time, his heart would do that strange little flip in his chest. The sun had fully set by the time they reached the harbor, leaving behind a sky full of stars. As Daniel tied up the boat, he could hear music and laughter from the nearby restaurants, smell food cooking and would smoke from someone's fire pit. Thank you, Ava said suddenly. For today. For sharing this place with me. Daniel turned to look at her, standing there on the dock with starlight in her hair and the ghost of their kiss still lingering between them. Thank you for coming with me. They walked back to his truck in companionable silence, both pretending that everything was the same as it had been this morning. But as Daniel drove them home, he kept stealing glances at Ava's profile, remembering the way she'd felt in his arms, the soft sound she'd made when he kissed her. And despite all his promises to keep things casual, despite knowing better than to get attached, Daniel Winter found himself falling for the beautiful writer from Denver who'd stumbled into his life like a character from one of her stories. The question was, what was he going to do about it? Chapter 6. Ava stood in front of the mirror in the guest room, fussing with her hair for the third time. She wasn't sure why she felt so nervous about dinner. She'd been eating with the Winter family for days now. But something about this evening felt different. Maybe it was the lingering memory of Daniel's kiss, or maybe it was the way Maggie had announced that everyone would be home for a proper family dinner. The scent of roasting chicken and fresh bread wafted up the stairs, making her stomach growl. She'd spent most of the afternoon writing, the words flowing easier than they had in months. The Lighthouse visit had sparked something in her creativity, though she was carefully avoiding analyzing why. A knock at the bedroom door pulled her from her thoughts. Come in. Olivia poked her head inside, smiling warmly. Hey. Maggie sent me up to tell you dinner's ready. And to rescue you from overthinking your outfit. Ava laughed, caught. Is it that obvious? Only to another overthinker, Olivia said, stepping into the room. Trust me, I was the same way when I first started dating Ethan. These family dinners felt like pop quizzes I hadn't studied for. I'm not dating Daniel, Ava protested, earning herself a knowing smile. Olivia hummed. Well, either way, you look perfect. And you might want to hurry down before Henry starts telling his farming stories. Once he gets going, we could be here all night. Ava followed the other woman downstairs, the sounds of laughter and conversation growing louder with each step. The dining room was warm and inviting, decorated with pine garlands and twinkling lights. A fire crackled in the hearth, and candles flickered on the table. There you are. Maggie called from where she was setting a steaming dish on the table. Daniel, be a dear and pull out Ava's chair. Daniel, who had been deep in conversation with Ethan, looked up at his mother's words. Their eyes met, and Ava felt her cheeks warm at the memory of their kiss. But he just smiled and did as his mother asked, pulling out the chair next to his own. Everything smells amazing, Maggie, Ava said as she sat down, trying to distract herself from the warmth of Daniel's presence beside her. Just a simple family dinner, Maggie said modestly, though the table was laden with enough food to feed an army. I made those honey rolls you mentioned liking the other day. Ava's heart swelled at the thoughtful gesture. You didn't have to do that. Nonsense. You're family now, dear. We feed family. The casual way Maggie included her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, made Ava's throat tight with emotion. Speaking of family, Henry said as he carved the chicken, did Danny tell you about the time he tried to adopt a baby raccoon? Dad, no, Daniel groaned, but there was laughter in his voice. Dad, yes, Ethan countered, grinning. Tell her, Pop. It's a classic. Henry's eyes twinkled as he launched into the story. Well, Danny here was about 8 years old. Found this baby raccoon near the barn and decided it needed a home. In my defense, Daniel interrupted, it was tiny and looked lost. It looked like trouble is what it looked like, Maggie said, passing the mashed potatoes to Ava. But try telling that to an 8-year-old with a hero complex. So what happened? Ava asked, already charmed by the mental image of a young Daniel trying to save wildlife. He snuck it into his room, Henry continued. Had it all set up in a box with his old baby blanket and everything. Might have gotten away with it too, if the little guy hadn't escaped in the middle of the night. It ransacked my mom's pantry, Daniel admitted, shaking his head. Ate through 3 bags of flour and somehow got into the maple syrup. The maple syrup? Maggie laughed. Oh Lord, what a mess that was. Tiny raccoon footprints all over my clean kitchen floor. Did you have to clean it up? Ava asked Daniel. Every last sticky footprint, he said. But you know what the worst part was? That ungrateful raccoon snuck out and never came back to visit. After all my hard work making it feel at home. The table erupted in laughter, and Ava found herself joining in, carried along by the warmth and easy affection of the family. That wasn't even his most ambitious rescue attempt, Ethan said once the laughter died down. Remember the injured hawk? Oh no, Daniel said. We are not telling that story. Oh yes, we absolutely are, Ethan grinned. See, Ava, by the time Danny was 12, he'd graduated from raccoons to birds of prey. The stories continued throughout dinner, each one painting a clearer picture of the man sitting beside her. The young boy who'd climb trees to photograph bird nests. The teenager who'd spend hours in the marsh, waiting for the perfect shot of a heron fishing. The budding filmmaker who'd turn his room into a makeshift editing studio. I think I still have some of his early nature documentaries, Maggie said as she served dessert, a homemade apple pie that smelled divine. Mostly squirrels and chickens, if I remember correctly. Mom, please tell me you don't still have those tapes, Daniel said, looking mortified. Of course I do. What kind of mother would I be if I didn't keep embarrassing footage of my children? Maggie's eyes sparkled with mischief. Would you like to see them, Ava? Absolutely not, Daniel said quickly. At the same time Ava said, I'd love to. Their eyes met, and Ava couldn't help grinning at his mock-betrayed expression. Come on, everyone has embarrassing childhood videos. I'm sure you were adorable. He was, Maggie confirmed. All serious with his little camera, narrating everything in his best David Attenborough voice. I was practicing. Daniel protested, but he was smiling too. As the conversation flowed around her, Ava found herself sinking deeper into the comfort of the moment. She watched Ethan and Olivia share private smiles across the table, saw the way Henry's hand rested casually on Maggie's shoulder as she leaned forward to refill water glasses, noticed how Daniel's knee pressed against hers under the table. She couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. This was what family dinner was supposed to feel like, she realized. Not the tense, formal affairs she remembered from her childhood, where conversation was carefully monitored and success was measured in grades and achievements. This was real and messy and warm, full of inside jokes and gentle teasing and unconditional love. Penny for your thoughts? Daniel's voice was soft, meant only for her ears. Ava turned to find him watching her, concern flickering in his eyes. Thinking about how nice this is, she said honestly. Thank you for sharing your family with me. Something softened in his expression. They're pretty great, aren't they? Even if they insist on telling embarrassing stories about me. Especially then, Ava teased, but her heart wasn't really in it. She was too caught up in the way the candlelight caught his eyes, in the warmth of his smile, in the easy way he'd included her in his world. More pie, dear? Maggie's voice broke through her thoughts. Oh, no thank you, Ava said quickly. Everything was delicious, but I couldn't eat another bite. She's just being polite, Mom, Daniel said. I saw her eyeing that last piece. Daniel Winter, are you calling me a liar? Ava gasped in mock offense. I'm calling you someone who appreciates good pie, he said. And Mom's apple pie is legendary. Well, in that case. Ava smiled when Maggie happily served her another slice. Later, as they moved to the living room for coffee, Ava found herself hanging back slightly, watching the family interact. Ethan and Daniel were arguing good-naturedly about something, while Olivia rolled her eyes at them both. Henry had settled into his favorite chair with the newspaper, while Maggie curled up on the sofa with her knitting. It was such a normal, domestic scene, and yet it made Ava's heart ache with longing. This was what she'd been missing, she realized. Not just a place to belong, but people to belong with. Join us, Daniel called, patting the space next to him on the sofa. Ethan's about to lose this argument spectacularly. I'm not, Ethan protested. R2, Olivia and Daniel said in unison. Ava laughed and moved to join them, letting herself be drawn into their orbit once again. But as she settled onto the sofa, accepting the cup of coffee Olivia handed her, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered a warning. "Don't get too comfortable," it said. "This isn't really your family. This isn't really your home. You're just passing through, remember?" But as Daniel's arm brushed against hers and Maggie launched into another story about her boys, Ava found it harder and harder to listen to that voice. Because for the first time in longer than she could remember, she felt like she'd found exactly where she was supposed to be. The evening had settled into a comfortable rhythm when the front door burst open, letting in a gust of cool air and the sound of laughter. "Anyone home?" Zoe's voice called out. "We brought dessert." "As if we need more dessert," Maggie said, but she was already rising to greet her niece. Come in, come in. Mason, honey, you're looking thin. Are you eating enough?" Ava watched as Zoe and Mason entered the living room, carrying what looked like boxes from the local bakery. Despite Maggie's protests about more dessert, she was already heading to the kitchen for plates. "Ava." Zoe's face lit up. "I was hoping you'd be here. How are you settling in?" "Pretty well, I think," Ava replied, conscious of Daniel's warm presence beside her on the sofa. "Your aunt and uncle have been incredibly kind." "Of course they have," Zoe said, dropping onto the love seat while Mason distributed the pastry boxes. "The Winters never met a stray they didn't want to adopt. Isn't that right, Danny?" Daniel groaned. "Please don't start." "Start what?" Mason asked innocently, though his eyes were twinkling. "Talking about your habit of bringing home lost wildlife? Or about how you've finally found someone who shares your wanderlust?" Ava felt her cheeks warm as Daniel shifted beside her. "I don't know what you're talking about," he muttered. "Oh please," Zoe laughed. "I heard all about your lighthouse adventure. Very romantic." "It wasn't, we were just," Daniel stammered. "Exploring," Ava finished for him, though her heart was racing at the memory of their kiss. "Daniel was kind enough to show me some of the island's hidden gems." "Is that what we're calling it now?" Ethan chimed in from his spot by the fire. "Hidden gems?" "Children, behave," Maggie scolded as she returned with plates and forks. But Ava caught the smile she was trying to hide. "We're just saying," Zoe continued, accepting a plate from her aunt, "it's nice to see Danny with someone who understands his lifestyle. Someone who appreciates adventure and creativity." "Unlike Sarah," Olivia muttered, then immediately looked apologetic. "Sorry, I shouldn't have." "It's fine," Daniel said quickly. Too quickly. That was a long time ago. An awkward silence fell over the room. Ava had heard whispers about Sarah, Daniel's ex, but no one had mentioned her directly until now. "Ava," Mason said, clearly trying to change the subject, "how's the writing coming along? Finding inspiration on our little island?" Grateful for the shift in conversation, Ava launched into an explanation of her novel's progress. "It's going really well. There's something about this place that makes the words flow easier." "It's the salt air," Henry said from his armchair. "Does wonders for creativity. And having a handsome tour guide probably doesn't hurt," Zoe added with a wink. "Zoe," Daniel warned, but Ava could see the tips of his ears turning pink. "What?" "I'm just stating facts. You are reasonably handsome, cousin. When you're not covered in marsh mud or hanging from trees to film birds." The conversation devolved into stories about Daniel's various misadventures while filming, with Zoe and Ethan seemingly competing to share the most embarrassing tales. Ava found herself laughing along, stealing glances at Daniel as he tried to defend himself. "Okay, but remember the time he tried to film those wild horses on Cumberland Island?" Mason asked, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "Oh no, the mud incident?" Zoe cackled. "Danny boy here decided the best way to get close to the horses was to army crawl through a salt marsh." "It worked, didn't it?" Daniel protested. "That footage won an award." "Yeah, but you smelled like low tide for a week," Ethan said. "Mom made you eat dinner on the porch." It wasn't a week, Maggie corrected, her eyes twinkling. Just 3 days. Though I did have to throw out those clothes. Ava watched Daniel's face as his family teased him, noting how he took it all with good humor. There was an ease to their interactions, a comfortable back and forth that spoke of years of love and shared experiences. What about you, Ava? Zoe asked, turning those mischievous eyes her way. Any embarrassing stories from your adventures? Oh, plenty, Ava admitted. There was this one time in Prague when I got locked in a medieval clock tower overnight. She launched into the story, encouraged by the genuine interest on everyone's faces. As she described her attempts to contact the tower's caretaker using nothing but Google Translate and interpretive dance through the window, she felt Daniel shaking with silent laughter beside her. Did it work? Mason asked when she finished. Eventually. Though I think the caretaker still tells stories about the crazy American girl who spent the night with his clock. More stories followed, flowing as easily as the coffee Maggie kept serving. Ava found herself sharing tales of her travels that she'd never told anyone else, encouraged by the warmth and acceptance radiating from the Winter family. At some point, Daniel's arm had found its way to the back of the sofa behind her. It wasn't quite touching her, but she could feel its warmth, could sense the way his fingers occasionally brushed against her shoulder when he laughed particularly hard at something. Well, Zoe said finally, stifling a yawn, we should probably head home. Some of us have work in the morning. Already? Maggie looked disappointed. But we haven't even started on the eclairs you and Mason brought. Save them for breakfast, Zoe suggested, standing and stretching. You know how Danny loves his morning pastries. I do not, Daniel protested. Please, Ethan scoffed. Remember that summer you worked at the bakery? Pretty sure you ate more than you sold. I was a growing boy. Yeah, growing sideways maybe. As the brothers bickered good-naturedly, Zoe pulled Ava into a warm hug. I'm so glad you're here, she whispered. I haven't seen my cousin this happy in a long time. Before Ava could respond, Zoe had moved on to hug the others goodbye. But her words lingered, adding to the warmth that had been building in Ava's chest all evening. After Zoe and Mason left, the gathering began to break up naturally. Henry headed up to bed, followed shortly by Maggie. Ethan and Olivia said their goodnights, leaving Ava and Daniel alone in the living room. The fire had burned low, casting a soft glow over everything. Outside, crickets chirped their evening song, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called. I should probably head up too, Ava said softly, though she made no move to stand. Probably, Daniel agreed, equally stationary. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the flames dance. Your family is amazing, Ava said finally. Thank you for sharing them with me. Daniel turned to look at her, his eyes soft in the firelight. They're pretty fond of you too, you know. I haven't seen Mom this excited about having someone new around in ages. Even though I'm just passing through? The words slipped out before she could stop them. Something flickered across Daniel's face, too quick to read in the dim light. Yes, well, sometimes the temporary things are the most precious. Ava's heart did a complicated flip in her chest. She knew she should agree, should reinforce that this was all temporary. All of it. But sitting here in the warm glow of the fire, surrounded by the evidence of family love and belonging, she found it harder and harder to believe her own excuses. Because the truth was, she didn't feel like she was passing through anymore. She felt like she was arriving somewhere she'd been traveling toward her whole life. And that terrified her more than any abandoned building or remote location ever had. I should really get to bed, she said, standing abruptly. Early start tomorrow if I want to get any writing done. Daniel rose as well, running a hand through his hair. Right, of course. Sleep well, Ava. You too, she replied softly. As she climbed the stairs to her room, Ava could still feel the phantom warmth of Daniel's arm behind her shoulders. She could still hear Zoe's words echoing in her mind. Dangerous thoughts, she told herself as she got ready for bed. Don't get attached. Don't start imagining a future here. Because it would never work out. Not for her. Chapter 7. Daniel adjusted his camera settings, bringing the holiday attraction set up on the town square into sharp focus. The Christmas market was coming to life, vendors setting up their stalls, while strings of lights twinkled overhead despite the bright sky. "Here," Ava said, appearing at his side with 2 steaming cups. "I figured you could use this." He accepted the coffee gratefully, noting how she'd remembered exactly how he took it. "Thanks. You're sure you don't mind helping out today?" "Are you kidding? A chance to see the famous wildlife filmmaker in action?" Her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Though I have to say, I expected something a bit more exotic than squirrels stealing Christmas cookies." "Hey, those squirrels are vicious competitors in the local snack scene," Daniel protested, grinning. "Besides, this is different from my usual stuff. The Historical Society wants footage for their website, something that captures the spirit of Christmas on Palmar Island." "And they asked you?" "Mr. I film dangerous predators in remote locations?" "Actually, I volunteered." Daniel busied himself with his camera bag, avoiding Ava's surprised look. Thought it might be fun to try something different. Truth was, he'd been thinking about their conversation in the lighthouse, about losing sight of why he'd started filming in the first place. Maybe it was time to remember what it felt like to tell simpler stories. "Well then," Ava said, pulling out her own camera, "where do we start?" They began at the edge of the market, capturing the surrounding landscape. A cardinal landed nearby, its red feathers brilliant against the green needles, and Daniel found himself instinctively adjusting his focus. "Look at that composition," Ava whispered, looking through her viewfinder, snapping pictures. "The way the light catches the frost." "Get that shot," Daniel encouraged. "I'll try for some video of our feathered friend." They worked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, moving in sync without having to speak. Daniel found himself watching Ava as much as his subject, admiring the way she seemed to dance around the scene, finding angles he wouldn't have thought of. As the market came fully to life around them, they moved deeper into the square. Vendors called out cheerful greetings, and the scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air. Children darted between stalls, their laughter mixing with Christmas music playing from hidden speakers. "Oh, you have to get this," Ava said suddenly, pointing to where Hope, the English teacher at Palmar High, was teaching a group of children how to make paper snowflakes. The kids sat cross-legged around her booth, their faces scrunched in concentration as they followed her instructions. Daniel was already moving, finding the perfect angle to capture both the children's intense focus and Hope's gentle guidance. The afternoon light streamed through the paper snowflakes as the kids held them up proudly, creating a magical effect. "Beautiful," Ava breathed, watching over his shoulder. "You can feel how special this moment is." Daniel nodded, something warm unfurling in his chest. This was what he'd been missing in his recent work, these small, perfect moments that told stories about connection and joy rather than danger and drama. They walked across the market, gathering footage of vendors arranging handmade ornaments, children decorating cookies at Claire's booth, and old Mr. Thompson playing Christmas carols on his battered guitar. Each scene was simple, ordinary even, but somehow magical in its own way. "Look over there," Daniel said softly, pointing to where a young boy was trying to choose between 2 wooden animals at old Jim's toy stall. The child's face was a study in serious deliberation, while Jim waited patiently, sharing knowing looks with the boy's mother. "I love how you notice these moments," Ava said as they captured the scene. "The little stories happening everywhere." "That's what I used to love most about filming," Daniel admitted, lowering his camera as the boy finally made his choice. "Finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, you know?" "What changed?" Daniel considered the question as they moved toward the center of the market. "I guess I got caught up in the idea that bigger meant better. That I had to keep pushing boundaries, finding more extreme locations, more dramatic moments." "And now?" Daniel watched as a group of carolers gathered near the town Christmas tree, their voices rising in harmony. "Now I'm starting to remember that sometimes the most meaningful stories are the ones happening right in front of us." Ava's hand found his arm, squeezing gently. "For what it's worth, I think these are going to be some of your best shots yet." Before Daniel could respond, a commotion near the cookie stand caught their attention. A particularly bold squirrel had indeed made off with a sugar cookie, leading to delighted shrieks from nearby children. "Quick," Ava laughed, "your star talent is making a break for it." They spent the next hour tracking the local wildlife that had adapted to life around the market. Squirrels performed acrobatic feats to reach tempting treats, while blue jays swooped between trees, their calls mixing with the holiday music. Even the local stray cat made an appearance, warming itself in patches of sunlight between the stalls. "This is actually really fun," Danielle said as they reviewed some footage during a break. They'd found a quiet corner with a good view of the market, sharing a paper cone of roasted chestnuts between them. "You sound surprised," Ava teased, reaching for another chestnut. "Maybe I am. I forgot what it felt like to film just for the joy of it, you know? No pressure, no expectations. Just finding the story as it unfolds." Ava nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Sometimes we get so caught up in what we think we should be doing that we forget to pay attention to what makes us happy." Their eyes met, and Daniel felt that now familiar flutter in his chest. He wondered if she was still talking about filming. "Look," Ava said suddenly, pointing across the market. "Perfect shot." Daniel followed her gaze to where his mother had appeared, arm in arm with Miss Doris. The two women moved from stall to stall, greeting everyone like old friends, occasionally stopping to straighten a decoration or offer a word of encouragement to a vendor. Without discussing it, he and Ava both raised their cameras, capturing the scene from different angles. There was something quintessentially Palmar Island about it, the way everyone knew everyone, the genuine warmth of the interactions, the sense of community that pervaded everything. "Your mom's going to love this footage," Ava said softly. "Yeah," Daniel agreed, though his mind was already racing ahead to other possibilities. "You know, there could be a whole series of videos like this. Not just Christmas, but all the island traditions, throughout the year. The summer festivals, the fall harvest celebrations, the spring planting." He trailed off, realizing he was essentially planning to stay on the island long term. That wasn't the plan. Was it? But as he looked around the market, at the familiar faces, the generations of island history written in every interaction, the way the community came together to celebrate, he found himself wondering why he'd spent so long looking for stories in far-off places when there were so many waiting to be told right here. "I think that's a wonderful idea," Ava said, her voice warm with understanding. "These are the kinds of stories that need preserving." Daniel turned to look at her, struck by how right she looked here. Her cheeks were pink from the cool December air. She had her camera in hand and was perfectly at home among the holiday chaos of his small town. "Maybe," he said carefully, "we could work on it together. You know, combine your photography with my video work." He let the suggestion hang there, not quite ready to examine why the idea of future collaborations with Ava made his heart race. "I'd like that," she said softly, then quickly added, "I mean, while I'm here, of course." "Right," Daniel agreed, though the words felt hollow. "While you're here." They turned back to their work, moving through the market with professional focus. But something had shifted between them, a possibility neither was quite ready to voice hanging in the air like the notes of a half-remembered Christmas carol. As the day wore on, Daniel found himself seeing his hometown through new eyes. Every familiar sight held potential for a story. The way the old church spire peeked through the clouds. The generations of crafting tradition in the handmade quilts at Mrs. Johnson's stall. The time-worn grace of the old buildings that surrounded the square. For the first time in months, he felt that spark of creativity, that urgent need to capture and share what he was seeing. But it wasn't just about the filming anymore. It was about the woman working beside him, the way she saw beauty in the same moments he did, the easy rhythm they'd fallen into as they worked. Maybe, he thought as he watched Ava charm a shy child into smiling for her camera, it was time to stop chasing stories around the world and start paying attention to the one unfolding right in front of him. The night had fully settled over Palmar Island when Daniel finally lowered his camera, his memory cards full of moments he couldn't wait to review. The Christmas market was still in full swing, laughter and music filling the square as shoppers made their final purchases of the evening. The massive Christmas tree dominated the center of the scene, its brilliant lights casting a warm glow over the bustling stalls and creating dancing shadows on the frost-covered ground. "Want to sit for a minute?" he asked Ava, nodding toward one of the benches near the tree. "I think we've earned a break." She nodded, pulling her jacket tighter against the night air. They'd spent hours capturing the market's magic, working in such perfect sync that it felt like they'd been doing this together for years instead of just one day. As they settled onto the bench, Ava moved closer to share his warmth, her shoulder pressing against his. The Christmas lights painted kaleidoscope patterns across her face as shoppers moved between them and the tree, the constant flow of people creating an ever-changing play of light and shadow. "I can't believe how many amazing shots we got," Ava said, her breath visible in the cold air as she scrolled through her camera's display. "That sequence with the carolers by the tree was perfect. I loved capturing Mr. Thompson teaching those kids jingle bells," Daniel replied, smiling as the old man's guitar music drifted over from his stall. "You could feel how much joy it brought him." "That's what I love about your filming style," Ava said, turning to face him. "You don't just capture what things look like. You capture how they feel." The compliment warmed him more than it should have. "I could say the same about your photography. The way you found angles was inspiring." "We make a good team," Ava said softly, then quickly added, "professionally speaking, I mean." "Yes," Daniel agreed, though his heart was arguing for a different interpretation. "We do." They sat in comfortable silence, watching families navigate between stalls, children clutching hot chocolate and pointing excitedly at displays. The night air carried the scents of pine and cinnamon, mixed with the sweetness of roasted chestnuts and hot apple cider from nearby vendors. "I've missed this," Daniel said suddenly. "Missed what?" "This feeling. The excitement of creating something meaningful." He gestured to his camera. "For so long, I've been chasing bigger and bigger projects, trying to top my last adventure. But tonight, just capturing these simple moments. It felt right." Ava nodded thoughtfully. "Sometimes the biggest adventures are the ones that bring us home." The words hit Daniel like a physical force. Home. When had he stopped thinking of Palmar Island that way? When had he started seeing it as a place to rest between projects rather than the foundation of who he was? "Can I tell you something?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the market's cheerful chaos. "Of course. I've been feeling lost lately. Like I've been running so fast toward some undefined goal that I forgot to check if it was even the direction I wanted to go." The admission felt both terrifying and freeing. Ava was quiet for a moment, watching a young couple stop to admire ornaments at a nearby stall. "I know that feeling," she said finally. "You build your whole identity around being the person who always leaves, who's always chasing the next big story. And then one day you wake up and wonder if maybe you've been running from something instead of toward it." "Exactly." Daniel turned to look at her properly, struck by how perfectly she'd articulated his thoughts. "How do you know when it's time to stop running?" Their eyes met in the glow of the Christmas lights, and Daniel felt that now familiar pull toward her, like gravity, like coming home. A group of carolers started singing Silent Night nearby, their harmonies floating over the market's cheerful bustle. "I don't know," Ava admitted softly. "I'm still trying to figure that out myself." Daniel wanted to tell her that maybe they could figure it out together. That watching her work today, seeing his home through her eyes, had awakened something in him he thought he'd lost. That for the first time in years, he felt truly present instead of always planning his next escape. But the words stuck in his throat. Because Ava was like him, a wanderer, an observer, always moving on to the next story. The fact that she understood him so well only proved that she'd never want to stay in one place. "Your mom invited me to the church Christmas concert," Ava said, watching a child chase soap bubbles floating from one of the stalls. "Ah, the famous Palmar Island candlelight service." Daniel smiled, remembering countless childhood Christmases spent in those pews. "It's quite something. The whole town turns out, and everyone brings cookies to share afterward." "Sounds magical." Ava's voice held a note of wistfulness that made Daniel's heart ache. "Though I suppose I should be careful about accepting too many invitations." I don't want to overstay my welcome. You could never, Daniel said quickly. He cleared his throat and tried again. I mean, Mom loves having you around. The whole family does. And I'm falling for you, he didn't say. And I want you to stay, but I'm terrified of asking, because what if you say no? Your family is wonderful, Ava said, watching a couple of kids race past with sparklers. I've never felt so welcome somewhere. Like I belong. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with possibility. Daniel could feel the moment stretching, knew that if he were braver, this would be when he told her how he felt. That working with her today had felt more right than any exotic filming location ever had. That maybe they could build something here, together. We should probably head back. Mom will worry if we're late for dinner, he said instead. Ava nodded, and Daniel thought he caught a flicker of disappointment cross her face. But it was gone so quickly he might have imagined it. As they made their way through the still lively market toward his truck, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that he was letting something precious slip through his fingers. Every step felt like a missed opportunity, every silent moment another chance wasted. He watched Ava out of the corner of his eye as they drove home, noting how she gazed out at the decorated storefronts and houses they passed, her face lit by the colorful displays. She looked like she belonged. Like she'd always been part of their island community. And that was the problem, wasn't it? Because the more she fit into his world, the more terrifying the thought of her leaving became. The market's glow faded behind them as they drove, but its warmth seemed to linger in Daniel's mind. He thought about all the footage they'd captured today, the small moments of joy, the connections between people, the way this little island came alive during the holidays. Maybe that was what he'd been missing in his work lately. Not just the joy of creating, but the joy of sharing it with someone who understood. Someone who saw the world the way he did, who could find beauty in both the extraordinary and the ordinary. Someone like Ava. But as they pulled into the farmhouse driveway, the warm lights of home spilling out onto the frost-covered ground, Daniel kept his thoughts to himself. Because some stories were too precious, too fragile to risk telling. Even if, deep down, he was beginning to suspect that this might be the greatest adventure of all. If he could believe that sometimes, the best stories were the ones that brought you home. Chapter 8. The scent of gingerbread and pine filled the winter farmhouse as Ava helped Maggie unpack boxes of Christmas ornaments. Each one emerged wrapped in tissue paper, carrying decades of memories that the family shared as they worked. Oh, look at this one. Maggie held up a small clay handprint painted to look like a reindeer. Daniel made this in kindergarten. See how tiny his fingers were? Mom, Daniel groaned from where he was stringing lights around the massive Fraser fir that dominated the living room corner. But Ava caught the smile he tried to hide. I think it's adorable, Ava said, carefully unwrapping another ornament. This one was a delicate glass ball, with baby's first Christmas written in faded gold script. Who does this one belong to? That's mine, Ethan said, reaching for it. Though I'm pretty sure Mark dropped it on my head when I was 3. I did not. Mark protested from his perch on the stepladder. You fell over trying to catch it. Boys, Maggie warned, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Ava, dear, would you hand me that strand of lights? Daniel's making a mess of it. I am not, Daniel said, though he was indeed tangled in a string of white lights. I'm creating artistic patterns. Is that what we're calling it? Olivia teased, passing by with a tray of hot chocolate. She'd been busy baking cookies. Ethan turned on soft holiday music that played in the background as they worked. Ava accepted a mug gratefully, warming her hands around the ceramic. The farmhouse was cozy, but there was still a December chill in the air that made hot chocolate taste like heaven. She watched the family work, feeling something unfamiliar bloom in her chest, a sense of belonging she hadn't experienced since her grandmother passed away. Here, Lena, Mark's fiancée, said, appearing at her side with a box of silver tinsel. Help me with this before the boys try to throw it all at once. That was one time, Daniel protested. One time that took 3 hours to clean up, Maggie added, making everyone laugh. As they worked, stories flowed as freely as the hot chocolate. Every ornament seemed to hold a memory. The intricate straw star Daniel had begged for at a craft fair. The angel Mark had rescued from a yard sale. The star James made in shop class that still topped the tree every year. "What about your family traditions, Ava?" Maggie asked, passing her another box of ornaments. "What did you do for Christmas growing up?" Ava hesitated, thinking of quiet Christmases spent with nannies while her parents attended corporate parties. "We didn't do much decorating," she admitted. "My parents traveled a lot during the holidays." Something shifted in Maggie's expression, not pity, but understanding. "Well, you're here now. And everyone decorates the winter family tree, no exceptions." "It's true," Olivia chimed in. "I tried to get out of it my first Christmas here, but Maggie wouldn't hear of it." "Best to just accept it," Ethan said, wrapping an arm around his wife. "Mom's pretty stubborn about these things." "I prefer determined," Maggie said primly, making everyone laugh again. Ava felt Daniel's eyes on her as she carefully hung ornaments on the lower branches. When she glanced his way, he quickly looked back at the lights he was adjusting, but not before she caught the soft expression on his face. The tree slowly transformed as they worked, becoming a glittering testament to years of family memories. Ava found herself drawn into the easy rhythm of it all, the gentle teasing between siblings, the way Maggie seemed to know exactly when someone needed a cookie or a hug, the comfortable silences that fell between stories. "Perfect," Henry declared when Mark finally placed the star on top. "Though it's listing a bit to the left." "That's tradition," Daniel said. "It wouldn't be a winter family Christmas tree if it wasn't slightly crooked." Speaking of tradition, Maggie called from the kitchen, "Who's ready for the official tree lighting ceremony?" Everyone gathered around as Henry moved to plug in the lights. Ava found herself standing between Daniel and Mark, their anticipation contagious. "Ready?" Henry asked, his hand on the plug. 3, 2, 1. The tree blazed to life, hundreds of white lights twinkling among the ornaments. The effect was magical, casting a warm glow over the entire room and reflecting off the window panes like stars. "Oh," Ava breathed, unable to help herself. She felt Daniel shift closer, his arm brushing against hers. "Worth the wait?" he asked softly. Ava nodded, not trusting her voice. Because it wasn't just the tree that took her breath away, it was this entire evening, this family, this feeling of being part of something real and lasting. "Now comes the best part," Ethan announced, moving to the old record player in the corner. A moment later, Bing Crosby's voice filled the room, singing about white Christmases. Maggie returned with fresh mugs of hot chocolate, this time with candy canes stirred in. Henry pulled her into an impromptu dance, making her laugh as he twirled her around the room. "May I?" Daniel asked, holding out his hand to Ava. She hesitated for just a moment before taking it, letting him draw her into a gentle sway. His other hand settled warm on her waist, and Ava tried not to think about how right it felt. "Thank you for being here," he said quietly, just for her ears. "It means a lot to Mom. To all of us." "Thank you for including me," Ava replied. "I can't remember the last time I enjoyed decorating a Christmas tree this much." Daniel's hand tightened slightly on hers. "You know, you could," he started, then seemed to think better of it. "Could what?" "Nothing." He spun her gently, matching the rhythm of the music. "You fit here. With us." The words sent a flutter through Ava's chest, hope and fear tangling together. Because she did fit here, in a way she'd never fit anywhere else. And that terrified her. Around them, the family continued their celebrations. Ethan and Olivia shared their own dance, while Mark showed Lena some of his favorite holiday decorations. Henry and Maggie sat together on the sofa, her head on his shoulder as they watched their children. The Christmas tree sparkled, its lights catching the ornaments and sending rainbow reflections dancing across the walls. Outside, a light snow had begun to fall, adding to the magical feeling of the evening. For a moment, Ava let herself imagine belonging to this scene permanently. Having a place to come home to, people to share traditions with, roots that went deeper than her next assignment or story. Then she remembered all the other times she'd tried to stay somewhere, How the walls had seemed to close in until she couldn't breathe. How she'd always end up running, leaving behind broken connections and disappointed faces. But as Daniel's thumb traced small circles on her palm, as Maggie called everyone over for one more Christmas cookie, as the familiar strains of Silent Night filled the warm air, Ava wondered if maybe this time could be different. The farmhouse grew quiet as the evening wound down, family members drifting off to bed with warm hugs and sleepy goodnights. Ava remained curled in the corner of the sofa, reluctant to let go of the magical feeling that had settled over the house. The Christmas tree lights cast shifting patterns across the hardwood floors, and somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed 11. "More hot chocolate?" Daniel asked softly, returning from walking Mark and Lena to their car. A light dusting of snow clung to his sweater. Ava nodded, watching as he retrieved their mugs from earlier and disappeared into the kitchen. The sounds of him moving around, opening cabinets, the quiet clink of spoons against ceramic, felt oddly familiar, as if she'd been listening to them all her life. When he returned, he settled beside her on the sofa, close enough that she could feel his warmth, but not quite touching. He'd added candy canes to their hot chocolate again, the peppermint scent mixing with the pine from the tree. "Thank you," she said, accepting the mug. "For everything. Tonight was special?" Daniel offered when she trailed off. "Yes." Ava took a sip of hot chocolate, letting the sweetness linger on her tongue. "I can't remember the last time I decorated a Christmas tree." Daniel shifted slightly, his knee brushing against hers. "Really? Not even when you're home for the holidays?" "Home is complicated." Ava watched the lights reflect off her mug. "My parents usually travel during Christmas. Business functions, charity galas, that sort of thing. When I was little, the nanny would put up a small artificial tree in my playroom, but it wasn't the same." She felt Daniel's gaze on her, but kept her eyes on the tree. An ornament near the bottom caught her attention, a wooden train engine, its red paint slightly chipped. "What's the story behind that one?" she asked, hoping to redirect the conversation. Daniel smiled, the memory clearly a happy one. "I was 8, maybe 9. Dad took us to the Christmas craft fair in Charleston. I saw that train and fell in love with it, but we couldn't afford it. The craftsman saw how disappointed I was and offered to teach me how to make one myself." "Did you?" "Sort of." Daniel chuckled. "It looked more like a potato with wheels, but Dad was so proud he insisted on hanging it on the tree anyway. It's probably still in one of those boxes somewhere. I kept trying and made that one a year or 2 later." Ava smiled, imagining a young Daniel carefully carving wood, determined to create something beautiful. "That's what I love about your family's ornaments. They all have stories." "What about you?" Daniel asked gently. "Any special holiday memories?" Ava was quiet for a moment, stirring her hot chocolate with the candy cane. "My grandmother on my mother's side," she said finally. "She lived in this tiny cottage in Vermont. Every December, she'd invite me up for a weekend before Christmas." "What was that like?" "Magical." The word came out barely above a whisper. "She'd pick me up from the airport, wearing this ridiculous Christmas sweater with actual jingle bells sewn on it. We'd spend the whole weekend baking cookies and making paper snowflakes. She had this ancient radio that only picked up one station, but it played Christmas music all month long." Daniel's hand found hers on the sofa cushion between them, his touch warm and steady. "She sounds wonderful." She was. Ava blinked back unexpected tears. "She was the only person who ever made me feel like I was enough, just as I was. Not what I could achieve or become, but just me." "What happened to her?" "Cancer. 5 years ago." Ava took a shaky breath. "After she died, I sold most of my stuff and started traveling. Told myself I was chasing stories, building my career. But sometimes I wonder if I was just running from the fact that I'd lost the only real home I'd ever known." The confession hung in the air between them, more vulnerable than she'd meant to be. Daniel's thumb traced gentle circles on her knuckles, the gesture somehow both comforting and electrifying. "Sorry," she said quickly. I didn't mean to dump all that on you. Being here with your family brought up some memories. Don't apologize. Daniel's voice was soft but intense. You deserve a place that feels like home, Ava. She looked up then, meeting his gaze. The Christmas lights painted gold highlights in his hair, and his eyes held something that made her heart skip. For a moment, she let herself imagine again what it would be like to belong here, not just for the holidays, but for all the ordinary days in between. Sometimes I think I've forgotten how, she admitted. How to stay somewhere. How to put down roots without feeling trapped. Daniel's hand tightened slightly on hers. Maybe you just haven't found the right place yet. Or the right people. The words settled deep in Ava's chest, making her both hopeful and afraid. Because sitting here in the quiet farmhouse, surrounded by the evidence of generations of love and belonging, she could almost believe it was possible. They sat in comfortable silence, Daniel's thumb still tracing patterns on her skin. The tree lights twinkled, and outside, the snow continued to fall. Ava felt herself relaxing into the moment, into the warmth of Daniel's presence beside her. Tell me another story, she asked softly. About one of the ornaments? Daniel smiled and pointed to a slightly lopsided star made of popsicle sticks and glitter. See that one? Mark made it the year Mom was sick. She spent most of December in the hospital, but she insisted we decorate anyway. As Daniel's voice washed over her, sharing pieces of his childhood, Ava found herself sinking deeper into the sofa, deeper into this feeling of connection. His hand remained steady on hers, an anchor in the quiet night. Eventually, the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, breaking the spell. We should probably get some sleep, Daniel said reluctantly. Mom's making her famous cinnamon rolls for breakfast. Ava nodded, though neither of them moved immediately. When they finally stood, Daniel kept hold of her hand for a moment longer than necessary. You belong here, Ava, he said quietly, his eyes intense in the dim light. The words echoed in her mind as she climbed the stairs to her room, making her both hopeful and afraid. Chapter 9. Daniel balanced 2 mugs of coffee as he climbed the farmhouse stairs, careful not to spill. After last night, after sharing stories under the Christmas tree lights, after holding Ava's hand and telling her she belonged here, he'd woken up early, restless with possibility. The words he hadn't said still burned on his tongue, and maybe, over morning coffee, he'd find the courage to say them. The December sun had barely cleared the horizon, painting the upstairs hallway in pale golden light. Family photos lined the walls, tracking the Winter brothers from childhood to adulthood. Daniel caught his own reflection in one frame's glass. He was smiling, something he'd been doing a lot more lately. He was almost to Ava's door when he heard her voice, animated in a way that made him pause. It's incredible timing, actually, she was saying, clearly on the phone. I've been feeling stuck lately, like I needed something big to shake things up. Daniel's hand tightened on the coffee mugs, something cold settling in his stomach. 6 months? Ava continued, and he could hear the excitement in her voice. That's perfect. And you said it would start right after the new year? The words hit him like physical blows. 6 months. New year. Something big. I know, Ava laughed, and the sound that had become so precious to him now felt like glass in his chest. It's exactly the kind of opportunity I've been waiting for. Traveling through remote villages, documenting traditional crafts and customs. It's a dream assignment. Daniel stepped back from the door, coffee forgotten. The morning sun suddenly felt too bright, too harsh. Remote villages. Dream assignment. Of course. Of course she wouldn't stay. The timing couldn't be better, Ava was saying. I mean, I love it here, but. There it was. The word that had followed Daniel through every relationship, every connection he tried to make. But the work comes first. But I need my freedom. But I can't stay. He should have known better. Hadn't Sarah taught him that lesson? Hadn't she shown him how easily someone could slip away, how foolish it was to believe in permanence? We'll need to talk about travel arrangements, Ava continued, her voice growing fainter as Daniel backed away. And I'll have to figure out what to do with my apartment in Denver. The rest of her words faded as he retreated down the hall, his feet moving automatically. The coffee in the mug sloshed dangerously, drops falling onto the hardwood floor like tears. Inside his chest, something that had been slowly unfurling began to curl in on itself again. How many times had he watched people walk away? His brothers, leaving for college and careers. Sarah, choosing her ambitions over their shared dreams. Even he had done it, running from assignment to assignment, never staying long enough to feel the ache of being left behind. But this was different. Ava was different. Or at least, he'd thought she was. He made it downstairs somehow, setting the coffee mugs on the kitchen counter with hands that weren't quite steady. The house felt too quiet, too empty, though he could hear his mother humming in the laundry room and smell cinnamon rolls baking in the oven. "Danny," his mother called. "Is that you? Could you check on the rolls? They should be about done." "Sure, Mom," he managed, grateful for the distraction. He opened the oven, the wave of warm, sweet air a stark contrast to the coldness spreading through his chest. The cinnamon rolls were perfect, golden brown and glistening. Yesterday, he'd been looking forward to sharing them with Ava, watching her face light up at her first bite of his mother's famous recipe. Now the thought made his throat tight. "Morning, everyone." Ava's voice rang out as she entered the kitchen, and Daniel nearly dropped the baking pan. "Something smells amazing." He couldn't look at her. Couldn't bear to see the excitement on her face and know it had nothing to do with him, with this place, with the possibility of belonging here. Just in time, his mother said warmly, "Daniel, honey, would you grab the plates?" He moved mechanically, gathering plates and silverware, conscious of Ava's presence behind him. Had she noticed his silence? Did she care? Or was she already planning her escape, counting the days until she could leave this small island and its small stories behind? "Daniel?" Ava's voice was closer now, concerned. "Are you okay?" "Fine," he cut her off, more sharply than he intended. He risked a glance at her face and immediately wished he hadn't. She was watching him with those perceptive eyes, a small furrow between her brows. She was wearing one of his old college sweatshirts, borrowed when the heating had acted up last week. The sight of her in it now felt like salt in an open wound. "Here," he said, thrusting a plate into her hands. "Help yourself." "Daniel," she started, but he was already moving away, making some excuse about checking something out back. He escaped into the crisp morning air, letting it burn his lungs. The farm stretched out around him, solid and unchanging. The same fields he'd run through as a child, the same barn where he'd first picked up a camera, the same sky that had watched him leave again and again. But for the first time in years, he'd been thinking about staying. About building something here, something real and lasting. About sharing this place with someone who saw its beauty the way he did. Fool, he thought bitterly. When had staying ever worked out for anyone? Behind him, the screen door creaked open. "Danny," his mother called. "Breakfast is ready." "Coming," he replied, but he remained still, watching his breath fog in the cold air. 6 months, he thought. After New Year's. She'd be gone before the Christmas lights came down, before the last cookie crumbs were swept away, before he could tell her all the things he'd been gathering courage to say. Maybe it was better this way. Better to pull back now, before he got in any deeper. Before he let himself believe in something as impossible as someone choosing to stay. The screen door creaked again, and this time he heard Ava's laugh floating out, bright and clear in the morning air. The sound twisted in his chest like a knife. Because the truth was, he was already in too deep. Already falling for her smile, her curiosity, the way she fit so perfectly into his family's chaos. Already imagining a future where she chose this place, chose him, chose to stay. But that wasn't who she was. She was a wanderer, a storyteller, always chasing the next big adventure. Just like him. Just like Sarah. Just like everyone who'd ever walked away. Daniel squared his shoulders and turned back toward the house. He could do this. He could sit through breakfast, make small talk, pretend his world wasn't shifting beneath his feet. And then he would do what he did best. He would let her go. Before she could tell him she was leaving. Before he had to watch another person he cared about choose somewhere else, something else, someone else over him. Breakfast stretched like taffy, each moment painful and slow. Daniel kept his eyes on his plate, mechanically cutting his mother's cinnamon roll into smaller and smaller pieces. The familiar sweetness tasted like ash in his mouth. "These are incredible, Maggie," Ava said from across the table. "I've never had anything like them." "Family recipe," his mother replied warmly. "I'll teach you how to make them before you." Daniel's fork clattered against his plate, cutting off the end of that sentence. "Before you leave," his mind finished. "Before you go chase your dreams somewhere far from here. Before you become another person who couldn't stay." "Danny," his mother's concerned voice broke through his thoughts. "Are you feeling all right?" "Fine," he managed, pushing back from the table. "Just remembered something I need to check on in the barn." He felt Ava's eyes on him as he stood, felt the weight of her confusion and hurt. Good, he thought, even as his heart rebelled against causing her pain. Better she get used to distance now. "But you've hardly eaten," his mother protested. "Not hungry." He grabbed his jacket from the hook by the door, desperate for escape. "Save it for later." The screen door banged behind him, the sound sharp in the crisp morning air. He heard it open again almost immediately and quickened his pace. "Daniel, wait." Ava called after him. "What's going on?" He kept walking, his boots crunching on the frost-covered ground. "Nothing's going on. Just busy." "Busy?" She caught up to him, matching his stride. "You won't look at me, you barely said 2 words at breakfast, and now you're running away." "Did I do something wrong?" The hurt in her voice made him falter. He stopped, staring out at the distant tree line. "No," he said finally. "You didn't do anything wrong. This is just how things are." "How things are?" Ava moved to face him, trying to catch his eye. "That's not an answer, Daniel. Last night was last night," he cut her off. "Today is different." "Why?" The simple question hung in the air between them. "Because I heard you making plans to leave," he wanted to say. "Because I was fool enough to think you might stay. Because everyone leaves eventually, so what's the point in pretending otherwise?" Instead, he said, "I've got work to do," and walked away, leaving her standing in the frozen field. The morning passed in a blur of avoided conversations and careful distance. When Ava offered to help him repair a broken fence post, he told her he preferred to work alone. When she tried to show him some of her photos from the market, he made an excuse about needing to check on the animals. By afternoon, the strain was visible in every interaction. Ava's smile had dimmed, her usual warmth replaced by careful politeness. She spent most of her time in the living room, working on her laptop, while Daniel found endless tasks that kept him outside. "You want to tell me what's really going on?" his mother asked when he came in for lunch. She was kneading bread dough, her movements sharp with concern. "Nothing's going on," Daniel replied, grabbing an apple from the bowl on the counter. "I'm busy." His mother's skepticism was clear. "And I suppose that's why Ava looks like someone kicked her puppy?" Daniel's hand tightened on the apple. "She'll get over it." "Will she?" His mother stopped kneading, fixing him with a knowing look. "Or will she leave, thinking she's not welcome here anymore?" "She's leaving anyway," Daniel snapped, the words escaping before he could stop them. Understanding dawned on his mother's face. "Ah. And how do you know that?" "I heard her on the phone this morning. 6 months abroad, starting after New Year's. Her dream assignment." The bitterness in his voice surprised even him. "And did you talk to her about it?" Daniel scoffed. "What's there to talk about? She's made her choice." "Has she?" His mother wiped her hands on her apron. "Or are you making it for her by pushing her away?" "Mom." "No, you listen to me, Daniel Winter. She stepped closer, her voice gentle but firm. That girl looks at you like you hung the moon. And I've seen how you look at her when you think no one's watching. Whatever you heard this morning, you owe it to both of you to have an actual conversation about it. What's the point? Daniel set the apple down, untouched. She's a wanderer, Mom. Just like I used to be. Just like Sarah was. People like that don't stay. Sometimes they do, his mother said softly. When they find the right reason. Daniel shook his head, unable to bear the hope in her voice. I need some air, he muttered, heading for the back door. Danny? But he was already gone, letting the screen door slam behind him. The afternoon wore on, each hour marked by careful avoidance and growing tension. Daniel threw himself into farm work, taking on tasks that didn't need doing, anything to keep his hands busy and his mind quiet. But he couldn't escape the evidence of Ava's presence in his life. Her camera, left on the porch rail where she'd been photographing birds. Her coffee mug in the sink, the one with the chip that she claimed gave it character. The sound of her laugh drifting from the kitchen where she was helping his mother prepare dinner. By evening, the strain was unbearable. When Ava tried one last time to talk to him, stepping into the barn where he was supposedly checking inventory, Daniel couldn't take it anymore. Just leave it alone, he said, his voice harsher than he meant it to be. Please. Leave what alone? Ava's frustration was clear. I don't even know what I did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong, he repeated, the words feeling hollow. This is just how it has to be. Why? Her voice cracked slightly. Why are you shutting me out? Because it hurts less than watching you walk away, he thought. Because I can't bear to hear you say goodbye. Because I was starting to believe in something impossible. I have to go, he said instead, brushing past her. He caught a glimpse of tears in her eyes and forced himself to keep walking. The porch became his refuge as night fell. He sat in one of the old rocking chairs, staring out at the clear night sky barely visible through the trees. Off in the distance, he heard the soft roar of the ocean. The waves would be dark now, reflecting the winter stars, constant in their endless motion. Like Ava, he thought. Like everyone who couldn't stay still, who always needed to be moving, chasing the horizon. How had he forgotten that about himself? How had he let himself imagine a different kind of life? Inside, he could hear his family moving around, the comfortable sounds of evening routines. Ava's voice was notably absent. Maybe she was already packing, already planning her escape from this small island and its small stories. The thought sent a fresh wave of pain through his chest. He gripped the arms of the rocking chair, remembering how just yesterday they'd sat together on the porch swing, planning the next day's adventures. How she'd leaned against him, warm and real and present. But present wasn't permanent, he reminded himself. Present was a moment, passing like all moments did. Like all people did. A shooting star streaked across the sky, bright and beautiful, and gone in an instant. Daniel watched its trail fade, thinking how appropriate the metaphor was. Some things weren't meant to last. Some people weren't meant to stay. The screen door creaked behind him, and for a moment, his heart leaped, thinking it might be Ava. But it was just the wind, rattling the old hinges like it had every winter for as long as he could remember. The house would still be here next winter, and the winter after that. The farm would still need tending, the animals would still need feeding, the seasons would still turn with reliable certainty. That was what he needed to focus on, the things that stayed, the things he could count on. Not the way Ava's eyes lit up when she got the perfect shot. Not how she fit so perfectly into his family's chaos. Not the warmth of her hand in his as they'd sat under the Christmas tree lights, sharing stories and possibilities. Daniel closed his eyes, letting the cold night air sting his face. This was better, he told himself. Better to pull back now, while he still could. Better to be the one who left first, even if only emotionally. Better to protect his heart before it could break completely. Chapter 10. Ava stood at the kitchen window, watching Daniel avoid her for what felt like the 100th time. He'd been working on this same fence post for hours, though she knew from helping Ethan yesterday that it was a 15-minute job at most. The late morning sun caught the frost still clinging to the grass, making the farm sparkle like it was dusted with diamonds. Any other day, she would have grabbed her camera, trying to capture the magic of this place. Any other day, Daniel would have been right there beside her, suggesting angles and sharing stories. But that was before. Before whatever she'd done to make him shut down completely. Before his warmth had turned to ice, his easy smile replaced by careful distance. The coffee in her mug had gone cold, untouched. Behind her, Maggie hummed as she prepared lunch, the familiar sound somehow making everything worse. Because this kitchen had become home, these people had become family, and now it was all slipping away without her understanding why. When Daniel finally came inside, stamping snow from his boots, Ava's heart clenched at how deliberately he avoided looking at her. "I'm heading into town," Maggie announced suddenly, gathering her purse and keys. "Need to pick up a few things for dinner." "Daniel, there's soup on the stove if you're hungry." The screen door closed behind her with a decisive click, leaving Ava and Daniel alone in the kitchen. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle simmer of soup on the stove and the tick of the old clock on the wall. "Daniel." Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "We need to talk." He turned away, reaching for a bowl in the cabinet. "Nothing to talk about." "Nothing to," Ava set her mug down with more force than necessary, cold coffee sloshing over the rim. "You've barely spoken to me in 2 days. You won't look at me. You practically run in the opposite direction whenever I enter a room. And you're telling me there's nothing to talk about? Sounds like you've got it all figured out," he said, his voice carefully neutral as he ladled soup into his bowl. Something inside Ava snapped. She moved to stand between him and the door, forcing him to acknowledge her presence. What happened? What changed between that night under the Christmas tree and now? Daniel's jaw tightened, but he still wouldn't meet her eyes. "Nothing changed. I just realized some things need to stay the way they are." "What does that even mean?" Frustrated tears pricked at her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. "You can't shut me out without explanation." "I thought we were." She trailed off, unsure how to finish that sentence. "Thought we were what?" Finally, he looked at her, and the pain in his eyes took her breath away. "Friends? Something more? Does it matter? We both know how this ends." "No," Ava said, her voice rising. "I don't know how this ends." "Why don't you tell me?" "You leave." The words came out sharp, bitter. "That's what you do, isn't it? Chase the next big story, the next adventure. Never staying long enough to." "To what?" Ava stepped closer, anger and hurt warring in her chest. "To put down roots? To care about someone? Is that what you think of me? Or is it what you do? What you're doing right now?" "I think you're doing what you've always done." Daniel set his untouched soup on the counter. "What we've both always done. And I was an idiot to even consider it could be different." "Different how?" Ava demanded. "You're the one who pulled away. You're the one who decided that I wasn't worth the effort. That whatever this is between us isn't worth fighting for." "There is no this," Daniel said, but his voice cracked on the last word. "There can't be. Not when you're already planning your next escape." Ava felt like she'd been slapped. "What are you talking about?" "I heard you," he said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "On the phone. 6 months abroad, starting after New Year's. Your dream assignment." Understanding dawned, followed quickly by fresh anger. "You were eavesdropping on my calls?" "I was bringing you coffee," Daniel shot back. "But I guess that was stupid of me, wasn't it? Thinking you might want to stay for morning coffee when you've got whole villages waiting to be documented." "You don't know what you're talking about," Ava said, her voice shaking. "You heard part of one conversation and decided you knew everything. Decided I wasn't even worth asking about it. What's there to ask?" "You're leaving." "Just like," He cut himself off, but Ava heard the unspoken name anyway. Sarah. I'm not her, she said quietly, dangerously. I'm not anyone else who's left you. But you couldn't even give me the chance to prove that, could you? You just decided for both of us that this wasn't worth trying. It's not about. It's exactly about that, Ava interrupted. You don't believe in me. You don't believe in this connection we have. You'd rather push me away than risk being hurt. And you'd rather run than risk staying, Daniel countered. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you weren't excited about that assignment, about getting away from here. Ava opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. Because he wasn't entirely wrong, she had been excited. But not for the reasons he thought. You don't get to do this, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. You don't get to make me feel like I belong here, like I matter to you, and then shut me out the moment you think I might leave. That's not fair. Fair? Daniel laughed, but there was no humor in it. What's fair about any of this? About finding someone who fits so perfectly into your life, only to know they're already planning their exit. The words hung between them, heavy with everything they weren't saying. Outside, a car door slammed, but neither of them moved. You're a coward, Daniel Winter, Ava said softly. And you're so scared of people leaving that you never give them a real chance to stay. She turned and walked away, refusing to let him see the tears that had finally escaped. Behind her, she heard something crash, probably his soup bowl, but she didn't look back. The farmhouse felt different now, emptier somehow, though nothing had physically changed. Ava stood at the bottom of the stairs, her bare feet cold against the hardwood floor, and noticed Daniel's coat missing from its usual hook by the door. The sight sent a fresh wave of pain through her chest. She made her way to the kitchen, drawn by the familiar scent of coffee and something baking. Probably Maggie's attempt to bring comfort through food, as she always did. The thought made Ava's throat tight. She'd grown to love these small routines, these touches of home she'd never had before. Oh, honey. Maggie's voice was soft as she emerged from the pantry, taking in Ava's tear-stained face. Come sit down. I'll pour you some coffee. Ava sank into her usual spot at the kitchen table, the familiar chair creaking beneath her. How quickly she'd come to think of it as her spot, she realized. Just like she'd started thinking of this kitchen as home, of the Winter family as her own. Maggie moved around the space with practiced ease, pulling down Ava's favorite mug, the blue ceramic one with the chip that she claimed gave it character. The simple gesture almost broke her. It was these little things that had made her feel so welcome here, so seen. Sugar? Maggie asked, though she was already reaching for the container. She knew how Ava took her coffee by now. Please. Ava's voice came out rougher than she intended. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the only sounds the gentle tick of the kitchen clock and the distant lowing of cattle. Ava wrapped her hands around the warm mug, letting its heat ground her. He took off about an hour ago, Maggie said finally, her voice careful. Grabbed his keys and disappeared down the drive like something was chasing him. Ava nodded, staring into her coffee. The dark liquid reflected her face, distorted and watery. I've seen that look before, Maggie continued softly. That need to run when emotions get too big, too real. He gets it from his father, though Henry's learned to manage it better over the years. Does he? Ava paused, gathering her courage. Does he do this often? Pull away when things get intense? Maggie was quiet for a long moment, stirring her coffee thoughtfully. Not always. But ever since Sarah, he's been more prone to it. The name hung in the air between them. Ava had heard whispers of Sarah, caught fragments of that story in conversations that went quiet when she entered a room. She'd seen the shadow that crossed Daniel's face whenever someone mentioned weddings or commitment. I don't know much about her, Ava admitted. Just bits and pieces. Enough to know she hurt him. Maggie's eyes softened with understanding. He hasn't told you the whole story, has he? Ava shook her head. He doesn't talk about it. And I didn't want to push. Maybe it's time you knew, Maggie said, setting down her mug. Especially now, with everything that's happening between you two. Maggie sighed, her hands curled around her mug. Sarah was Daniel's high school sweetheart. They dated all through college, even when he was away at school. She seemed to understand him, his wanderlust, his creativity, his desire to tell stories through his camera lens. What changed? Ava asked softly. Nothing, at first. They got engaged, started planning the wedding. Sarah talked about buying a house on the island, about building a life here. Maggie's eyes grew distant. She had all these ideas for making it work with Daniel's filming career. Said she'd manage his schedule, help edit his footage, be his partner in everything. Ava felt a knot forming in her stomach. But 3 weeks before the wedding, she came to the house. Daniel was away filming, and she. Maggie's voice caught. She said she couldn't do it. Couldn't imagine spending her life in a small town, waiting for her husband to come home from adventures she'd never be part of. Said she needed more excitement than Palmar Island could offer. The words hit Ava like physical blows. No wonder Daniel had reacted so strongly to her phone call about the assignment. She left that day, Maggie continued. Didn't even wait for Daniel to come home. Just packed her things and disappeared. That's horrible, Ava whispered, thinking of how that betrayal must have shaped him. It broke something in him, Maggie agreed. Not just his heart, but his trust. He threw himself into his work after that, taking longer assignments, more dangerous locations. Like he was trying to prove Sarah wrong, that his life was exciting enough, adventurous enough. But that's not what it was about, was it? No. Maggie reached across the table, covering Ava's hand with her own. It was about someone choosing to leave instead of finding a way to stay. About someone deciding this place, this life, wasn't enough. Ava felt tears pricking at her eyes. That's what he thinks I'm doing. Are you? Maggie's question was gentle, free of judgment. No. I mean. Ava struggled to find the words. The assignment is not what he thinks. I was going to. But the words died in her throat. Did it matter what she'd been planning? Daniel had already decided she was leaving, had already pulled away to protect himself from pain he saw as inevitable. I hoped things would be different with you, Maggie said softly. The way you fit here, with us. The way you see the beauty in this place, in our simple life. The way you make him laugh. I love it here, Ava admitted, her voice cracking. Your family, the farm, everything about it. I wasn't planning to. She trailed off, realizing with sudden clarity that it didn't matter what she'd been planning. Daniel's walls were up now, his trust shattered, before she could even explain. Staying would mean constantly trying to prove herself, constantly fighting against his fears and insecurities. I think I need to go, she said quietly, standing on shaky legs. Ava. I can't stay and watch him pull away more each day. I can't. She took a deep breath. I can't keep trying to prove I'm not someone else. Understanding filled Maggie's eyes, along with tears she quickly blinked away. Can't you wait until he comes back? Give him a chance to understand. Or at least say your goodbyes. But Ava was already moving toward the stairs, knowing if she stayed, if she saw Daniel again, her resolve would crumble. In the guest room that has started to feel like hers, Ava moved on autopilot. Clothes into the suitcase, toiletries gathered from the bathroom, camera equipment carefully packed away. Each item felt heavier than it should, weighted down by memories. The tiny glass cardinal ornament they'd picked together at the Christmas market. The sweater she'd borrowed from Maggie on a particularly cold morning. The notebook filled with story ideas inspired by life on the farm. When everything was packed, Ava sat at the small desk by the window. Outside, the late afternoon sun painted the farm in shades of gold, making it look like something from a fairy tale. She pulled out a piece of paper and wrote 4 simple words. The note felt inadequate, unable to capture everything she wanted to say. How this place had started to feel like home. How his family had shown her what love could look like. How she'd been falling for him, slowly and then all at once, until the thought of leaving had become almost unbearable. But none of that mattered now. Daniel had made his choice, and she had to make hers. Ava gathered her bags and took one last look around the room. So many memories in such a short time, the way the morning light filtered through the curtains, the sound of farm life drifting up through the open window, the feeling of belonging she'd found within these walls. She was halfway down the stairs when Maggie appeared in the foyer. "At least wait until he gets back," she pleaded. "Give him a chance to understand." Ava shook her head, knowing if she stayed, if she saw Daniel again, her resolve would crumble. "I can't. Please give him this." She held out the note with trembling fingers. Maggie took it, then pulled Ava into a fierce hug. "You'll always have a home here," she whispered. "Remember that." Ava hugged her back, memorizing the feeling of maternal love she'd found in this remarkable woman. Then she pulled away, grabbed her bags, and walked out into the fading December light. The gravel crunched under her feet as she made her way to her car. Each step felt like leaving a piece of her heart behind, in the farmhouse kitchen, in the barn where they'd first kissed, under the Christmas tree where possibilities had seemed endless. As she drove down the long driveway, Ava caught one last glimpse of the winter farm in her rearview mirror. The Christmas lights were starting to twinkle in the gathering dusk, making the place look magical and welcoming and everything she'd ever wanted. She kept driving, even as tears blurred her vision, even as her heart screamed at her to turn around. Because sometimes, she realized, loving someone meant being brave enough to walk away, especially when they weren't brave enough to ask you to stay. Chapter 11. The morning frost crunched under Daniel's boots as he made his way across the far pasture, tools slung over his shoulder. He'd been driving aimlessly around the island, unable to face returning to the farmhouse after his fight with Ava. Every familiar landmark seemed to mock him with memories: the lighthouse where they'd first kissed, the coffee shop where they'd met, the Christmas market where they'd worked side by side. The late morning sun had finally cleared the tree line, casting shadows across the frozen ground, when he spotted Ethan already working on the damaged fence line. His brother's breath fogged in the cold air as he wrestled with a stubborn post. "Look who finally showed up," Ethan called, not unkindly. "Thought you were going to leave me to fix this whole section alone." Daniel grunted in response, dropping his tools and getting straight to work. Physical labor was good. Physical labor didn't leave room for thinking about the hurt in Ava's eyes, the way her voice had cracked when she'd accused him of being a coward. The brothers worked in companionable silence, falling into the rhythm they'd perfected over years of farm work together. But Daniel could feel Ethan's concerned glances, knew his brother was waiting for the right moment to bring up what everyone had been carefully avoiding. "Pass me the wire cutters?" Ethan asked after they'd been working for about an hour. Daniel handed them over, trying not to think about how Ava would have already been out here with her camera, capturing the way the morning light caught the frost on the fence wire. She had a gift for finding beauty in the most ordinary moments. "So," Ethan said finally, straightening up. "Want to talk about why you've been driving around instead of helping me with the chores?" "Not particularly." Daniel yanked at a loose section of fencing with more force than necessary. "Too bad." Ethan leaned against a post, crossing his arms. "Because watching you try to murder that innocent fence isn't doing anyone any good." Daniel shot his brother a dark look. "The fence needs fixing." "The fence is fine. You, on the other hand." Ethan shook his head. "What happened with Ava, Danny?" The childhood nickname, spoken with such genuine concern, cracked something in Daniel's chest. "I messed up," he admitted, the words barely audible over the winter wind. "I messed everything up." Ethan waited, patient as always, while Daniel struggled to find the words. A cardinal landed on the fence nearby, the kind of moment Ava would have loved to capture, and took flight again, a flash of red against the gray morning sky. "I heard her on the phone the other day," he continued finally. "Talking about some assignment abroad. 6 months in remote villages, starting after New Year's." She sounded so excited about it. "And instead of talking to her about it, you what? Decided to push her away first?" Daniel winced at the accuracy of his brother's assessment. I couldn't watch her leave. Eth couldn't stand there and smile while she planned her escape, like Sarah. Ava isn't Sarah, Ethan cut in sharply. And you know it. Do I? Daniel ran a hand through his hair in frustration. They're both creative, both adventurous, both always chasing the next big thing. How is this any different? Because Ava sees this place the way you used to, Ethan said quietly. Before you started running from it. The words hit Daniel like a physical blow. He turned to look at the farmhouse in the distance, remembering how Ava had made him see it through new eyes. The way she'd photograph the morning mist rising over the fields, or spend hours documenting the changing light on the barn's weathered wood. I haven't been. Yes, you have. Ethan's voice was firm but kind. Ever since Sarah left, you've been using your work as an excuse to keep moving, to avoid putting down roots anywhere. But Ava, she made you want to stay. Daniel turned away, unable to bear the truth in his brother's eyes. Because Ethan was right. He'd been thinking about ways to do more local documentary work, about renovating the old cottage at the edge of the property, about building something permanent. Did you even ask her about the assignment? Ethan pressed. No. Daniel's shoulders slumped. I assumed. You assumed she'd choose adventure over you, like Sarah did. Ethan sighed, moving to secure another section of wire. Danny, when are you going to stop letting one person's choices dictate your whole life? It's not that simple. Actually, it is. Ethan moved to face his brother. You're so scared of being left that you don't give anyone the chance to stay. But here's the thing about running from relationships. You end up exactly where you're trying to avoid. Alone. They worked in silence for a moment, the winter wind whistling through the bare trees. In the distance, a flock of geese flew overhead, their calls echoing across the morning sky. Daniel thought about how Ava would have stopped everything to watch them, to capture their perfect V formation against the clouds. Remember when we were kids? Ethan asked suddenly. And Dad taught us how to mend fences? Daniel nodded, unsure where this was going. He said the strongest repairs were the ones you took time with. The ones where you made sure all the pieces lined up before you started hammering away. Ethan gave him a meaningful look. Maybe relationships work the same way. Even if you're right, Daniel said, I think it's too late. The things I said to her. So fix it. Ethan's voice was matter-of-fact as he handed Daniel another post. Go talk to her. Actually listen this time. Daniel thought about Ava's face when he'd pushed her away, the hurt and confusion in her eyes. What if she won't listen? Then at least you tried. Ethan straightened up, brushing dirt from his jeans. But standing out here feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to change anything. Daniel closed his eyes, seeing Ava's face the moment before their first kiss in the lighthouse. The way she'd looked at him under the Christmas tree lights, full of possibility and promise. The warmth of her presence in their family's chaos. She's worth the risk, he said finally, the words feeling like both a confession and a beginning. She's worth everything. Then what are you still doing out here with me? They gathered their tools in silence, the morning sun finally breaking through the clouds. As they walked back toward the farmhouse, Daniel felt something shift in his chest, like hope and fear tangling together. But the moment they stepped into the kitchen, he knew something was wrong. His mother sat at the table, a piece of paper in her hands, her face drawn with worry. Mom? Daniel's heart clenched at her expression. What is it? Maggie Winter stood slowly, holding out the note. She's gone, Danny. Ava left about 2 hours ago. Daniel took the paper with trembling fingers, recognizing Ava's neat handwriting immediately. For simple words stared back at him, hitting harder than any physical blow. I was ready to stay. The paper crumpled in his fist as all the air seemed to leave the room. Because he'd done exactly what he'd been trying to prevent, he'd lost her. And this time, it wasn't because someone had chosen to leave. It was because he hadn't been brave enough to ask her to stay. The kitchen was filled with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg, Maggie's way of fighting off worry with baking. Daniel stood at the window, Ava's note still crumpled in his fist, watching snow begin to fall. Each little flake seemed to mock him, the kind of gentle December snow Ava would have loved to photograph. "Sit down, son," Henry said from his place at the table. "Your mother's about to pull those cinnamon rolls out of the oven, and you know they're best when they're hot." Daniel wanted to protest that he wasn't hungry, that he needed to go after Ava right now, but something in his father's steady gaze made him sink into his usual chair. The familiar creak of the wood, the warmth of the kitchen, the quiet presence of his parents, it all served to ground him, even as his heart raced with the need to act. "Here." Maggie set a mug of coffee in front of him, the rich aroma mingling with the sweetness of baking. "You look like you could use this." She moved with practiced efficiency, pulling the cinnamon rolls from the oven while Henry retrieved plates from the cabinet. The routine of it, the way his parents worked in seamless tandem after decades together, made Daniel's chest ache with longing. "I have to go after her," he said, but made no move to stand. "You will," Maggie assured him, setting a warm cinnamon roll on his plate. "But first, you need to be still for a moment. To really think about what you want to say when you find her." "I don't," Daniel started, then stopped, staring into his coffee. "I don't know how to fix this." "Start by telling us what really happened," Henry suggested, his voice gentle. "Not just the argument, but what you're afraid of." Daniel closed his eyes, remembering Ava's hurt expression, the way his own fears had made him push her away. "I heard her talking about an assignment abroad. 6 months in remote villages, documenting traditional crafts. She sounded so excited about it, and I panicked." "Because of Sarah?" Maggie asked softly. "I thought I was over that," Daniel admitted. But hearing Ava plan to leave, it brought everything back. The way Sarah talked about adventures we'd have together, right up until she decided this place wasn't enough. "And you assumed Ava would make the same choice," Henry finished. "She's like me, always chasing the next story, the next project. How could I expect her to stay when I've spent years running myself?" Maggie sat down beside him, her hand warm on his arm. "Danny, staying isn't the end of adventure, it's just the beginning of a new one. Your father and I have had more adventures right here on this farm than most people have traveling the world." "That's different," Daniel protested. "Is it?" Henry raised an eyebrow. "Every season brings new challenges, new stories. Every birth in the barn, every storm we weather together, every tradition we build with our family. They're all adventures in their own right. And Ava sees that," Maggie added. "I've watched her, the way she finds magic in ordinary moments. She's not looking to escape, Danny. She's looking for somewhere to belong." Daniel thought about how Ava's face lit up when she discovered something new about the farm, a family story, a hidden view, a perfect moment of light. How she'd integrated herself into their routines, learned their quirks, made this place feel more like home than it had in years. "I'm scared," he admitted finally, the words barely above a whisper. "What if I let myself believe in this, and she still leaves?" "That's always the risk with love," Henry said, his voice thoughtful. "But son, the bravest thing you can do is allow yourself to be vulnerable. To face that fear and choose to love anyway." "Your father's right." Maggie squeezed Daniel's arm. "You've been so busy protecting yourself from pain that you've missed out on the joy of really connecting with someone. Someone who sees the world the way you do, who makes you want to build something lasting." Daniel turned Ava's note over in his hands, those 4 words burning into his vision. "I was ready to stay. She wanted to put down roots here," he realized. "And I didn't even give her the chance to tell me how." "It's not too late," Henry said. "But you have to decide what's stronger, your fear of being hurt, or your desire to build something real with her." The kitchen fell quiet except for the gentle tick of the old clock on the wall. Outside, the snow continued to fall, dusting the windowsills with white. Daniel thought about all the moments he'd almost let himself believe in something permanent with Ava. The way she fit so naturally into their family chaos. The way she made him see beauty in the everyday. The way she made him want to stay. "I've been running for so long," he said finally. "Not just from place to place, but from anything that felt too real, too permanent. I thought I was chasing adventure, but maybe I was just running from the risk of caring too much. And now? Maggie prompted gently. Now I think. Daniel paused, finding the truth he'd been avoiding. I think I'm more afraid of losing her than I am of staying. Of letting myself build something real. Henry nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. That's what love is, son. When the fear of living without someone outweighs the fear of letting them in. But how do I prove to her that I've changed? That I'm ready to stop running? By being honest, Maggie said simply. Tell her what you're afraid of. Tell her what you hope for. Show her that you trust her enough to be vulnerable. And then? Daniel asked, feeling like a child seeking guidance. And then you listen, Henry said. Really listen to what she wants, what she dreams of. Maybe those 6 months abroad aren't about running away. Maybe they're about gathering stories to bring back home. Home. The word echoed in Daniel's chest, carrying new weight. Because home wasn't just this farm anymore, it was wherever Ava was, wherever they could build something together. I have to find her, he said, standing with newfound purpose. Yes, you do. Maggie smiled, hope brightening her eyes. And Daniel? When you do, remember that the greatest adventures often start right where you are. Daniel hugged his parents quickly, their solid presence giving him strength. As he grabbed his keys and headed for the door, his mother called after him. Take these. She handed him a paper bag that smelled of cinnamon and sugar. Everyone thinks clearer on a full stomach. The familiar gesture, so quintessentially his mother, made Daniel's throat tight with emotion. Because this was what he wanted, not just with Ava, but for Ava. A place to belong, people who loved unconditionally, roots that ran deep, but branches that could still reach for the sky. Now he just had to find her and prove he was ready to grow those roots together. Chapter 12. Ava stood in line at the Roasted Bean, her packed car waiting outside, trying not to think about how this was where everything had started. The coffee shop looked exactly as it had that first night, twinkling lights strung across exposed beams, the rich scent of coffee and spices in the air, holiday music playing softly in the background. But everything else had changed. She shifted her weight, adjusting the laptop bag slung over her shoulder, the only thing she hadn't packed in the car. Her ticket confirmation to Denver sat heavy in her coat pocket, a reminder of the decision she'd made in the cold light of morning. The usual? Mitch asked when she reached the counter. His familiar smile made her throat tight. Just a regular coffee today, she managed. Long travel day. Understanding flickered in his eyes, but he didn't comment. Instead, he reached for the largest cup size. On the house, he said quietly. Consider it a thank you for those amazing photos you took of the shop last week. Ava tried to protest, but Mitch was already turning to the coffee urns. She stepped aside to wait, letting her gaze drift around the space that had become so familiar. The corner table where she and Daniel had shared stories over hot chocolate. The window seat where she'd spent hours editing photos. The bulletin board covered in community notices, including a flyer she'd designed for the Winter Farm's holiday events. The Roasted Bean was quiet for a weekday morning, most of the island's residents busy with last-minute holiday preparations. Ava sat in the corner booth, her untouched coffee growing cold as she studied flight options on her phone. Denver International Airport felt impossibly far away, yet in a few hours. Well, if it isn't my favorite almost tenant, Miss Doris's voice cut through her thoughts. The older woman stood by her table, a knowing look in her steel-gray eyes. Mind if I join you? Of course not. Ava quickly locked her phone screen, but not before Miss Doris caught a glimpse of the airline website. Looks like you could use a fresh cup, Miss Doris signaled to the barista. And maybe someone to talk to? Ava managed a weak smile as Miss Doris settled into the booth across from her. The woman looked festive in her Christmas sweater, complete with tiny bells that jingled softly when she moved. I hear the Christmas Eve service is going to be beautiful this year, Miss Doris said conversationally as fresh coffee arrived. The choir's been practicing for weeks. You'll come, won't you? Ava busied herself with adding cream to her coffee, avoiding Miss Doris's gaze. I'm not sure I'll still be here. MMM. Miss Doris stirred honey into her tea with deliberate slowness. That's a shame. Though I suppose Denver has lovely Christmas services too. Ava's head snapped up. How did you? Dear, I've lived on this island long enough to read the signs. Miss Doris nodded toward Ava's phone, which was lighting up with another flight notification. Not to mention you're wearing your travel clothes, those comfortable layers people favor when they're heading somewhere. Heat crept into Ava's cheeks as she glanced down at her outfit, leggings, an oversized sweater, and her most comfortable boots. Perfect for a long day of travel. Now then, Miss Doris continued, her voice gentling. Want to tell me what's really going on? It's nothing. Ava wrapped her hands around the warm cup, anchoring herself. The rental situation was always temporary. And with everything that happened with Daniel. Miss Doris's expression softened. He can be stubborn, that young man. Just like his father was at that age. It's not just that. Ava stared into her coffee, watching steam rise in delicate spirals. He didn't trust me enough to even ask about the job offer. Just assumed I'd leave, like everyone else apparently does. And are you? Leaving? Ava's phone buzzed again, another flight alert. She turned it face down on the table. I have to. I can't stay here and watch him pull away more each day. Watch him wait for me to leave, like he's already decided I will. Seems to me, Miss Doris said carefully, that you're doing exactly what he feared, running away when things get difficult. The words hit Ava like a physical blow. That's not fair. He's the one who let his fears get the better of him. Miss Doris raised an eyebrow. Who pushed away something good because he was scared of being hurt? Maybe you have more in common than you think. Ava opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again. Outside the coffee shop's window, holiday shoppers hurried past, arms laden with bags and boxes. Everyone preparing to celebrate with their loved ones while she was planning her escape. Did I ever tell you about Henry Winter when he was younger? Miss Doris asked, seemingly changing the subject. Before he and Maggie got married? Ava shook her head, accepting the temporary reprieve from examination of her own choices. Oh, he was just like Daniel, always 1 foot out the door, terrified of being tied down to the farm. Miss Doris smiled at the memory. Used to talk about selling the place, moving out west, starting fresh somewhere exciting. What changed? Maggie was offered a teaching position in Charleston. A good one, with better pay than she'd ever make here on the island. Miss Doris paused to sip her tea. Henry was certain she'd take it. Even started pulling away, trying to protect his heart. Sound familiar? Ava stared down at her hands, unable to meet the older woman's knowing gaze. But Maggie surprised him. Know what she did? Miss Doris leaned forward slightly. She turned down the job. Said she'd rather build something here with him than chase success somewhere else. Said sometimes the biggest adventure is choosing to stay. That's different, Ava protested weakly. They were already. Already what? Already in love? Already scared of losing each other? Miss Doris's voice was gentle, but firm. Tell me something, dear. This job offer Daniel overheard, what was it really about? Ava fidgeted with her coffee cup, tracing its rim with her finger. It wasn't what he thought at all. My editor in Denver called about a series on vanishing traditions, documenting craftspeople and artisans in small communities. She wanted me to start with Palmar Island. Miss Doris's eyebrows rose. Here? Yes. All those photographs I took at the Christmas market, the stories about island traditions. They loved them. A hint of excitement crept into Ava's voice, despite her misery. The 6 months abroad would come later, after I'd established the series here. I was going to use it as an excuse to stay, to build something permanent while still telling the kinds of stories I love. And you didn't tell Daniel this because he didn't give me the chance. Ava blinked back fresh tears. He heard part of one phone conversation and decided he knew exactly what I was going to do. Didn't even ask me about it. Just started pulling away, like he was proving to himself that everyone leaves eventually. So instead of proving him wrong, you're proving him right? Miss Doris's voice held no judgment, just gentle understanding. What else can I do? He made it clear he doesn't trust me enough to. To what? To love him? To choose him? To build a life here? Miss Doris shook her head. That boy is so scared of being left that he can't see when someone's trying to stay. And you're so scared of being rejected that you'd rather run than fight for what you want. The truth of it settled heavy in Ava's chest. She pulled up her flight information again, staring at the departure time. In just a few hours, she could be on her way back to Denver, back to her safe, solitary life. Back to running. You know what I think? Miss Doris said softly. I think sometimes fate puts people in our path who challenge us to be braver than we think we can be. The question is, are we brave enough to accept that challenge? Ava stared out the window again, watching fat snowflakes begin to fall. The kind of gentle December snow she would have loved to photograph in another lifetime. In the life she'd started to imagine here. I don't know how to be brave enough for both of us, she whispered. Maybe you don't have to be. Miss Doris reached across the table and covered Ava's hand with her own. Maybe you just need to be brave enough to stay put and let him find his own courage. To show him that not everyone leaves. And if he doesn't? If he never trusts me enough to. Then at least you'll know you tried. That you were brave enough to risk your heart for something real. Miss Doris squeezed her hand. But that boy loves you, Ava. Anyone with eyes can see it. He's just forgotten how to trust in permanent things. Ava's phone buzzed again, another reminder about check-in time. She stared at the notification, remembering the way Daniel's face had lit up when she'd shown interest in his work, the way he'd started talking about local documentary projects, about renovating the old cottage at the edge of the farm. I had plans, she admitted softly. Ideas for building a life here. A house of my own, close to the beach. A darkroom in the spare bedroom. Maybe a small gallery in town. Somewhere to show other artists' work too, not just my own. I thought maybe we could build something together. You still can. Miss Doris's eyes sparkled. But not if you're halfway to Denver. I don't even know where he is right now. He's probably glad I'm. He's out at the farm with Ethan, trying to work through his own stubborn pride. Miss Doris smiled at Ava's surprised look. Small island, remember? Word travels fast. Ava looked down at her phone one more time, then deliberately turned it off. I don't know what to do next, she admitted. Yes, you do. Miss Doris stood, gathering her purse. But first, I think you need to unpack that car of yours and come help me bake cookies for the Christmas Eve service. Nothing clears the head like rolling out sugar cookie dough. Miss Doris. No arguments. I've got dough chilling in the fridge and a kitchen full of holiday sprinkles. The older woman's voice burked no opposition. And if a certain stubborn filmmaker happens to come looking for you later, well, he knows where to find us. For the first time since her fight with Daniel, Ava felt something like hope flutter in her chest. You really think he'll come? Oh, honey. Miss Doris smiled, the wisdom of years shining in her eyes. That boy's been coming home to you since the day you met. He just needs to figure that out for himself. She nodded and followed the elderly woman to her place. Miss Doris's kitchen was everything Ava loved about Palmar Island, warm, inviting, filled with history and the scent of holiday spices. Christmas music played softly from an old radio on the windowsill while snow continued to fall outside, dusting the world in white. First things first, Miss Doris said, handing Ava an apron that looked like it had seen decades of Christmas baking. We need about 8 dozen sugar cookies for the service. Think you can handle rolling out dough while I work on the gingerbread? Ava tied the apron around her waist, the familiar motion grounding her. 8 dozen? Small island, big appetites. Miss Doris winked. Especially where Christmas cookies are concerned. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, the kitchen filling with the rhythmic sounds of rolling pins and cookie cutters. Ava lost herself in the familiar motions: roll, cut, transfer to baking sheet. Each star and angel entry a small act of creation, a tiny piece of something bigger than herself. "You're good at that," Miss Doris observed, pulling another batch of gingerbread from the oven. The spicy scent filled the kitchen, mingling with vanilla and almond from the sugar cookies. "Like you've done this before." "My grandmother," Ava said softly, carefully lifting a delicate snowflake shape onto the pan. "Every Christmas, we'd spend hours baking. She said the best gifts were the ones you made with your own hands." "Smart woman." Miss Doris began mixing royal icing, the whir of the mixer a counterpoint to the Christmas carols. "You know, that's what I love about this island. Everyone contributes something: cookies for the service, decorations for the square, stories passed down through generations. We all help create something beautiful together." Ava thought about the Christmas market, how the whole community had come together to make it magical. How Daniel had helped her see the beauty in those everyday moments, capturing them through their respective lenses. "I had such plans," she admitted, gathering scraps of dough to re-roll. "Not just for the documentary series, but for being part of this place. Really being part of it." "You still can be." Miss Doris handed her more dough. "If you're brave enough to stay and build something real. Even if Daniel." "This isn't just about Daniel anymore, is it?" Miss Doris's keen eyes studied her face. "This is about you, and what you want. Who you want to be." The words hit home as Ava pressed a star-shaped cutter into the dough. Because Miss Doris was right, somewhere between crashed rentals and Christmas traditions, between family dinners and market mornings, she'd started to imagine a different kind of life. A life with roots and wings both. "I'm tired of running," Ava said suddenly, surprising herself with the admission. "I've spent so long chasing the next story, the next adventure, telling myself that's what I needed to be happy. But being here." She gestured to the kitchen, to the cookies, to everything this moment represented. "This feels real in a way nothing has since my grandmother died." Miss Doris nodded, pulling another tray of gingerbread from the oven. The spicy scent wrapped around them like a warm hug. "Sometimes the biggest adventures happen right where you are. That's what I was trying to tell Daniel, if he'd just listened." Ava pressed the cookie cutter down with more force than necessary. The documentary series was supposed to be about finding magic in ordinary places, ordinary moments. Starting here, with island traditions, local artisans, family stories. "Like the Winter family story?" Miss Doris asked innocently, though her eyes twinkled. "Yes." Ava smiled despite herself. Their farm alone could fill a book, the way they've adapted over generations, kept traditions alive while embracing change. The stories in every barn beam, every family recipe, every sunrise over those fields. She trailed off, realizing she was revealing more than she meant to. But Miss Doris just smiled and handed her another ball of dough. "Sounds like you've given it a lot of thought." "I have." Ava focused on rolling out the dough, keeping her hands busy while her heart raced. "I even looked at rental spaces in town. For an art studio, maybe. Somewhere to write, to show my work, but also to highlight local artisans, preserve island history through photographs and crafts. That old storefront next to the bookshop would be perfect for something like that," Miss Doris mused. "Good light, nice display windows." Ava's heart clenched. She'd thought the same thing, had even inquired about the lease. Had started to imagine a life built around capturing and sharing the island's stories, with roots deep enough to weather any storm. "It doesn't matter now," she said quietly, carefully transferring cookies to a baking sheet. "Doesn't it?" Miss Doris began piping delicate patterns onto cooled cookies. "Seems to me you've found something worth staying for, whether Daniel figures himself out or not." Ava watched Miss Doris work, admiring how each swirl of icing transformed simple cookies into small works of art. Like photography, it was about seeing the potential in something simple, about taking time to create beauty. I'm scared, she admitted finally. Not just of Daniel pushing me away, but of wanting to stay this much. Of letting myself believe in something permanent. Of course you are, dear. Miss Doris smiled gently. That's how you know it matters. The things worth having usually terrify us a little. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, the kitchen growing warmer as the afternoon wore on. Outside, the snow continued to fall, dusting the windowsills with white. The scene looked like something from a Christmas card, the kind of moment Ava would have loved to capture. You know, Miss Doris said, carefully packaging cooled cookies, I've lived on this island my whole life. Married my husband right out of high school, never lived anywhere else. Some might call that small, limiting. But you don't see it that way? No. Miss Doris's eyes grew distant with memory. Because every day brought new stories, new moments to treasure. My family and I, we built something beautiful here. Not just our home, but our place in the community. Our contribution to the island's story. She handed Ava a cookie, still warm from the oven. That's what you're really looking for, isn't it? Not just a place to stay, but a place to belong. A story to be part of. Ava took a bite, letting the sweetness dissolve on her tongue. She thought about all the stories she'd already collected here, the Christmas market traditions, the family recipes, the way the whole community came together to celebrate each season. How much more was there to discover, to document, to preserve? I should go talk to him, she said suddenly, untying her apron. Explain about the documentary series, about what I really want. Maybe. Miss Doris studied her thoughtfully. Or maybe you need to be sure of what you want first. Really sure. Independent of what Daniel decides. What do you mean? I mean, are you staying for him, or because this place has become home? Because if it's just for him. Miss Doris shook her head. That's not enough. You need to want this life for yourself too. Ava sat down at Miss Doris's kitchen table, suddenly overwhelmed. Through the window, she could see the town square, the Christmas lights just starting to twinkle in the early winter dusk. Every site held a potential photograph, every corner held a story waiting to be told. I'm not sure I know how to separate the two anymore, she admitted. Daniel's so tangled up in how I see this place now. The way he helped me notice the small moments, the quiet beauty. But you noticed those things before him, Miss Doris pointed out, sitting across from her with 2 fresh cups of coffee. I saw you that first day at the market, before you even met Daniel. The way you photographed everything, how excited you were about each tradition. It was true, Ava realized. She'd fallen in love with Palmar Island before she'd fallen for Daniel Winter. Had started dreaming of putting down roots here even before their first real conversation. I need to think, she said, wrapping her hands around the warm cup. Really think about what I want, what I'm ready for. That's wise. Miss Doris raised her own cup in acknowledgement. You're welcome to. The doorbell rang, its chime followed immediately by urgent knocking. Miss Doris's eyes sparkled with something that looked suspiciously like hope. Well now, she said softly. Seems like thinking time might have to wait. Chapter 13. Daniel stamped snow from his boots on Miss Doris's front porch, his heart pounding harder than it had during any wildlife expedition. The house glowed warm and inviting in the gathering dusk, scents of gingerbread and vanilla drifting through the partially open door where Miss Doris stood watching him with knowing eyes. Well, she said, not moving from the doorway. Took you long enough. Is she? He swallowed hard. Is Ava here? Depends. Miss Doris crossed her arms. Daniel turned to look behind him. Her car is parked on the curb. It is. Miss Doris waited. Do you have something to say to her? Daniel nodded, snow melting in his hair. I've done some thinking. There's something I should explain. He hoped the elderly woman wasn't going to make him plead his case to her first. He wasn't sure he could do this twice. Come in then. She stepped aside, but caught his arm as he passed. But Daniel Winter, if you hurt her again. I won't, he promised, meaning it more than he'd meant anything in his life. I can't. The familiar comfort of Miss Doris's house wrapped around him, the ticking of the old clock in the hall, the crackle of the fireplace, the sweet warmth of holiday baking. And there in the kitchen doorway stood Ava, flour dusting her cheeks, wearing one of Miss Doris's old aprons. She looked beautiful and real, and somehow more permanent than she ever had before. "I'll just go check on something upstairs," Miss Doris said. "Take all the time you need." Neither of them acknowledged her departure. Daniel stood frozen in the entryway, all his carefully planned words deserting him at the sight of Ava's guarded expression. "Your mother gave you my note," she said finally. "I'm sorry." The words burst out of him. "I'm so sorry, Ava. I got scared and I ran, not physically, but emotionally, which is worse, and I didn't even give you a chance to explain about the job offer." He scanned her face carefully, hoping for a reaction from the woman who'd become so important so quickly. "I assumed you'd leave, like everyone else. Like Sarah did." Daniel ran a hand through his snowdamp hair. "But that wasn't fair to you. You're not Sarah. You're not anyone else who's left. You're—" He trailed off, overwhelmed by everything she was. Standing there in Miss Doris's kitchen, covered in cookie flour, she looked like everything he'd ever wanted but been too afraid to claim. "I'm what?" Ava asked softly, not moving from her spot in the doorway. "You're the person who made me want to stay," he admitted. "Who helped me see this place, my home, through new eyes. Who made me realize that sometimes the biggest adventures happen right where you are." Something flickered in Ava's expression. "Daniel. Please, let me finish." He took a step closer, encouraged when she didn't back away. "I heard you talking about the assignment abroad and I panicked. Instead of asking you about it, instead of trusting that what we have might be worth fighting for, I pulled away. Tried to protect myself from pain I assumed was coming." "The assignment wasn't what you thought," Ava said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know that now." "Well, I don't know exactly what it was, but I know I should have asked. Should have trusted you enough to have that conversation." He was close enough now to see the tiny smudge of flour on her cheek, to catch the scent of vanilla and spice that clung to her clothes. "I've spent so long running from permanent things that I almost missed the most important adventure of all. Which is building something real. Something lasting." He reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away, and brushed the flour from her cheek. "With you. Here on the island. If you'll let me." Ava leaned into his touch for a moment before stepping back. "You can't just say these things and expect everything to be fixed. You didn't trust me, Daniel. You didn't even give me a chance to explain." "I know." He let his hand fall, but stayed where he was. "And I'll spend as long as it takes earning back that trust. But first, I'd like to listen. Really listen. Tell me about the assignment?" Ava studied him for a long moment, then turned to the kitchen counter where cookie dough lay half-rolled. "It was meant to be a series about vanishing traditions," she said, picking up the rolling pin. "Starting here, on Palmar Island." "Here?" Daniel's heart skipped. "Yes, here." She focused on rolling the dough, but he could hear the emotion in her voice. "All those photographs from the Christmas market, the stories about island traditions. My editor loved them. She wanted me to start documenting small communities, beginning with this one. And the 6 months abroad? Would have come later, after I'd established the series here." She looked up at him then, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I was going to use it as an excuse to stay, to build something permanent while still telling the kinds of stories I love. I even looked at that empty storefront next to the bookshop, thinking maybe a studio," Daniel finished, remembering their conversations about showcasing local artists. "A place to tell the island's stories. But you didn't let me explain any of that." The hurt in her voice cut straight to his heart. "You just decided you knew exactly what I was going to do. Because that's what I would have done, before." He moved closer, needing her to understand. "Run toward the next adventure, the next story. I've spent so long being that person that I couldn't see when someone was trying to stay. I was trying to stay, Ava said softly, setting down the rolling pin. I am trying to stay. This place feels like home in a way nowhere has since my grandmother died. Not just because of you, but because of everything. The community, the traditions, the stories waiting to be told. Daniel's heart leaped at her words, not past tense, but present. Trying to stay. What other stories, he asked, hoping to keep her talking, to understand everything he'd nearly lost. All of them. Some of her usual animation returned to her voice. The way the island changes with the seasons. The craftspeople who passed down their skills for generations. The farmers who adapt while holding on to tradition. She gave him a pointed look. A certain family farm that tells the story of American agriculture through its very beams and boards. You've thought about this a lot, he said, amazed at the depth of her connection to his home. Of course I have. She turned to face him fully. I'm a storyteller, Daniel. Just like you. But somewhere along the way, I realized that sometimes the most important stories are the ones that grow roots. The ones that take time to tell. He stepped closer, drawn by the passion in her voice. I want to help tell those stories, he said. I've been thinking about doing more local documentary work, focusing on the traditions and wildlife of the coast. Maybe even renovating the old cottage at the edge of the property. For what? Her voice was careful, measured. For us. The words came out before he could second-guess them. If you want. A darkroom and a place to write for you, an editing suite for me. A place to build something together. Ava's breath caught. Daniel. I know I messed up, he said quickly. I know I let my fears get in the way of something real. But standing out there in the snow, realizing I might have lost you. He stepped close enough to smell the vanilla on her skin, to see the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes. It made me understand something. What? That I'm more afraid of living without you than I am of staying. He reached for her hand, hope blooming when she didn't pull away. That the biggest adventure isn't out there somewhere, it's right here. Building something together, telling stories that matter, putting down roots while still reaching for the sky. A tear slipped down Ava's cheek. That's beautiful, she whispered. But how do I know you won't pull away again the next time you get scared? Because I finally understand what my dad's been trying to tell me for years. He brushed away her tear with his free hand. That being brave isn't about facing danger in far-off places. It's about being vulnerable enough to let someone in. To build something real, even knowing it might hurt. And are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Brave enough? For you? Yes. He squeezed her hand. You make me want to be brave, Ava. You make me want to stay, to build, to grow. To see what kind of story we could tell together. She studied his face for a long moment, and Daniel held his breath. Then slowly, like sunrise breaking over the farm, she smiled. I think, she said, it could be a pretty amazing story. It already is, Daniel said, tugging her closer. Twilight settled over Palmar Island like a soft blanket, turning the falling snow into dancing specks of silver. Daniel guided his truck through the quiet streets, stealing glances at Ava beside him. She was wearing one of his mother's old scarves, for warmth. The small velvet box in his pocket seemed to pulse with each beat of his heart. Look at the square, Ava breathed as they approached. It's magical. The town Christmas tree towered above the surrounding buildings, its lights reflecting off the fresh snow. Lanterns lined every path, their warm glow creating pools of light in the gathering darkness. The last of the market vendors were closing their stalls, but the holiday music playing from hidden speakers filled the air with magic. Perfect timing, Daniel said, spotting his family already gathered near the tree. The concert's about to start. He helped Ava from the truck, savoring the way she automatically tucked her hand into his as they walked toward the square. Everything felt different now, more real, more permanent. Like they'd both finally stopped running and found their way home. There they are. Maggie called out, rushing forward to envelope them both in a hug that smelled of cinnamon and home. "We were hoping you'd make it." "Wouldn't miss it," Ava said, and Daniel's heart swelled at the simple truth in her words. She was choosing this, choosing them, choosing him, choosing to stay. The square filled quickly as townspeople gathered for the concert, their excited chatter mixing with Christmas carols. Ethan caught Daniel's eye and gave him a knowing wink while Olivia hugged Ava. His father clapped him on the shoulder, pride evident in his expression. "They're handing out candles by the tree," Miss Doris announced, appearing beside them with an armful of white tapers. "Though I'd say you two are glowing enough already." Daniel felt his cheeks warm, but he couldn't disagree. Every time he looked at Ava, radiant in the lantern light, his heart did a little flip. She belonged here, among the holiday magic and familiar faces, her camera already out to capture the scene. "This is what I was trying to tell you about," she said softly, showing him the shot she'd just taken, their family gathered under the tree, faces lit by candlelight, snow falling gently around them. "These moments, these traditions. They're the stories I want to tell." "Our stories now," he corrected, squeezing her hand as the choir began to assemble near the tree. The first notes of Silent Night floated across the square, and everyone raised their candles. The effect was breathtaking, hundreds of tiny flames pushing back the darkness, their warm light catching the falling snow. Daniel watched Ava's face as she took it all in, saw the wonder in her eyes, and knew this was the moment. "Walk with me," he whispered. He led her through the crowd, weaving between pools of candlelight as the choir's harmonies filled the night air. Each step brought them closer to the center of the square, where the Christmas tree's lights created a natural spotlight in the falling snow. "Remember the first time we walked through here?" Ava asked, her candle flame dancing as they moved. "When you were showing me the island's hidden gems?" "I was trying so hard to impress you," Daniel admitted, guiding her around a patch of ice. "Even then, I think I knew you were special." "And now?" "Now I know you're everything." He stopped beneath the tree, turning to face her. Their joined candles cast a warm glow between them, making her eyes sparkle like stars. "You're the adventure I've been looking for my whole life." Around them, the choir began "O Holy Night," their voices rising into the snowy night. Daniel could see their family gathering at the edges of his vision, his mother clutching his father's arm, Ethan and Olivia holding hands, Miss Doris pretending to adjust her scarf while wiping away tears. "Ava," he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "I spent years chasing stories around the world, thinking adventure meant always moving, always searching. But you taught me something important." "What's that?" she asked softly, snowflakes catching in her eyelashes. Daniel took their candles and handed them to Ethan, who had appeared silently beside them. Then he took both her hands in his, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. "Adventure isn't about where you go," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the hushed square. "It's about who you're with. It's about being brave enough to stay still and build something real. Something lasting." Understanding dawned in Ava's eyes as he dropped to one knee in the fresh snow. The choir's voices swelled around them, and the Christmas tree lights seemed to glow brighter, as if the whole island was holding its breath. "You make me want to be brave," he continued, pulling the small velvet box from his pocket. "Brave enough to put down roots while still reaching for the sky. Brave enough to believe in permanent things." He opened the box, revealing a vintage ring that had been in his family for generations. A delicate silver band held a diamond that caught the candlelight like a captured star. "Brave enough to ask you to build a life with me, here on this island, telling our stories together." Tears spilled down Ava's cheeks, glinting in the holiday lights. "Daniel. Will you marry me, Ava Bennett? Will you stay and build our next great adventure together?" "Yes," she whispered, then louder, "yes." Her voice broke with joy as he slid the ring onto her finger. 1,000 times yes. Daniel stood, pulling her into his arms as applause erupted around them. The choir seamlessly transitioned into Joy to the World, and somewhere in the crowd, Miss Doris called out, "Finally." "It's beautiful," Ava said, admiring the ring in the twinkling lights. "Like starlight caught in silver." "It was my gray tents," he explained, holding her close. Mom gave it to me this afternoon. Said she'd been saving it for the right moment, the right person. Speaking of Mom. Ava nodded toward their approaching family. Maggie was already crying, Henry beaming beside her. Ethan still held their candles, grinning like he'd known this was coming all along. Welcome to the family, officially, Maggie said, wrapping Ava in a tight hug. Though you've been part of it since that first Christmas dinner. The cottage is yours whenever you're ready, Henry added, clapping Daniel on the shoulder. We can start renovations after the holidays. Plenty of room for a Christmas tree on that wraparound porch, Ethan chimed in with a wink. Miss Doris appeared with glasses of champagne that seemed to materialize from nowhere. I think this calls for a toast, she said, her eyes suspiciously bright. To staying put and finding adventure right where you are. To staying put, everyone echoed, raising their glasses as snow continued to fall around them. The choir had moved on to What Child Is This?, their harmonies floating over the square like a blessing. Daniel pulled Ava closer, overwhelmed by the rightness of this moment. Their families merged into one, the island's Christmas lights reflecting off her grandmother's ring, snow turning Palmar Island into their own private wonderland. Happy? He asked softly, pressing a kiss to her temple. Perfect, she answered, then laughed as she spotted something over his shoulder. Look. He turned to see Miss Doris raise an old camera, motioning for everyone to move closer together. Why don't you let me take the picture? He asked. Ava already stepped forward, holding out her hand. Miss Doris shook her head, tiny snowflakes flying off the wool hat she wore. You two belong in this picture, not behind the lens. They gathered with their family beneath the towering Christmas tree, Maggie and Henry, Ethan and Olivia, Mark and Lena, all pressed close together as the snow fell around them. Even Zoe and Mason squeezed in behind them. Only James, his oldest brother, was missing. Daniel wrapped his arm around Ava's waist, feeling the solid warmth of her against him. Now that's a proper family Christmas photo, Miss Doris declared, snapping several shots. The first of many. The first of many, Daniel echoed, knowing with absolute certainty that the best stories were the ones you built together, one moment at a time, right where you were meant to be. Chapter 14. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold on Palmar Island, the newly fallen snow gleaming like diamonds in the early light. Ava stood at the farmhouse kitchen window, coffee warming her hands, watching the sun paint the white fields in shades of rose and gold. Her grandmother's ring, her ring now, caught the light, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the walls. The house was still quiet, holding that magical moment between night and day when everything felt possible. She'd woken early, unable to sleep, filled with a joy that demanded to be felt in solitude first, before sharing it with others. In a few hours, the farmhouse would be bustling with family, but for now. You're up early. Maggie's voice was soft as she entered the kitchen, still in her robe. Couldn't sleep? Too happy to sleep, Ava admitted, turning to face the woman who would soon be her mother-in-law. And I wanted to get a little writing done. I hope it's okay that I started coffee? Honey, this is your home now too. Maggie squeezed her arm as she passed, reaching for her favorite mug. Though I have to say, it's nice having someone else who appreciates a quiet Christmas sunrise. They stood together at the window, watching the day brighten. From the barn came the distant sounds of Daniel, Ethan, and their father doing morning chores, familiar rhythms that already felt like part of her own heartbeat. I did this with my grandmother one year, Ava said softly. Watch the Christmas sun rise. She said it was the most magical moment of the year. Tell me about her, Maggie said, leaning against the counter. She must have been special. She was. Ava smiled at the memories. She taught me everything important, how to bake cookies, how to find beauty in ordinary moments, how to hold on to what matters. She touched her camera, sitting ready on the kitchen table. She gave me my first camera when I was 12. Said some moments were too precious not to capture. Like this one? Ava looked around the warm kitchen, taking in the details she wanted to remember forever. The Christmas tree lights reflecting in the window, the coffee steam curling up like prayers, the way Maggie's presence felt so much like her grandmother's, steady and sure and full of love. Exactly like this one. She reached for her camera, capturing the peaceful scene just as the first rays of sun broke fully over the horizon, turning the snowy farm into a wonderland. The back door opened, letting in a burst of cold air and the sound of laughter. Daniel, Ethan, and Henry stamped snow from their boots, their cheeks red from the morning chill. "Something smells good," Henry said, hanging up his coat. "That would be the cinnamon rolls," Maggie replied. "They'll be ready just in time for everyone else to arrive." Daniel crossed to Ava, pressing a cold kiss to her cheek. "Morning," he whispered, just for her. "Sleep well?" "Eventually." She leaned into him, breathing in the crisp winter air that clung to his sweater. "Someone wore me out with all that caroling last night." "Worth it though." His fingers found hers, thumb brushing over her ring. "Very worth it." The farmhouse came alive gradually, like an orchestra warming up. Olivia walked in with fresh bread from the bakery, kissing Ethan and warming her hands on the hot cup of coffee her husband handed her. Zoe and Mason appeared with armfuls of presents and stories about almost sliding off the icy road. "Mark just called," Maggie announced, pulling another tray of cinnamon rolls from the oven. "He and Lena are on their way, but the roads from Charleston are a mess." "And James sends his love from Birmingham," Henry added. "Says he'll try to make it down for the wedding." The wedding. Ava's heart skipped at the word, still amazed at how right it felt. She was so lost in the thought that she almost missed Olivia sliding onto the stool next to her. "So," Olivia said with a grin. "Have you thought about dates yet?" "She's been engaged less than 24 hours, Daniel protested from across the kitchen. "Which means she's at least thought about the season," Zoe chimed in. "Spring? Summer? Please say not winter, we can only handle one winter wedding at a time." Ava caught Daniel's eye across the room, sharing a private smile. They had talked about it, actually, in whispered conversations last night on the porch. About getting married in autumn, when the island painted itself in gold and red. About how the studio would be open by then, the cottage renovated, their new life together fully begun. "Let her breathe," Maggie scolded, but her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. "There's plenty of time for planning. Right now, it's present time." The family gathered in the living room, settling into what were clearly long-established spots. Henry was in his favorite armchair. Ethan and Olivia sat on the floor near the tree. Maggie perched on the arm of her husband's chair. Daniel pulled Ava down next to him on the sofa, his arm warm around her shoulders. "Youngest goes first," Maggie announced, nodding at Zoe. "Family tradition." "Unless you're marrying in," Ethan added with a grin. "Then your honorary youngest your first Christmas." "Which means?" Daniel reached under the tree and pulled out a small package wrapped in silver paper. Ava starts. Her hands trembled slightly as she unwrapped the gift. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover tooled with intricate designs of birds in flight. "Open it," Daniel whispered. She lifted the cover to find the first page filled with his familiar handwriting, "For all our stories yet to tell." Below that was a sketch of the cottage, with notes about the darkroom they'd build, the porch where they'd drink morning coffee, the garden they'd plant in spring. "Daniel." Her voice caught. "Keep going." The next pages held more sketches, the studio layout, ideas for exhibitions, notes about local artisans they could feature. And throughout it all, blank spaces. Room for their future to unfold. "It's perfect," she managed, blinking back tears. "There's one more thing." He reached into the bottom of the box and pulled out an old brass key. "Dad found it yesterday. It's to the cottage." "Speaking of the cottage," Henry said, pulling out a large, flat package. "This is from both of us." Maggie practically vibrated with excitement as Ava unwrapped what turned out to be blueprints. But not just any blueprints, they were the original plans for the cottage, dated 1922, along with new renderings that showed their planned renovations. "Look at the notes in the margins," Daniel said softly. Ava traced her finger over the faded handwriting. "Built for love," she read. "A wedding gift for Elizabeth Winter." "Your great-grandmother," Maggie explained to Daniel. She was an artist too. Used to paint the island's wildlife. The light in that front room? It's north-facing for a reason. Perfect for displaying art, Ava breathed, already imagining the possibilities. And writing. More gifts followed, a set of vintage typewriter from Ethan and Olivia, found it at that antique shop in Charleston, a beautiful hand-knit blanket from Zoe, for those sunrise sessions on the porch, a collection of local cookbooks from Miss Doris who had arrived just in time for presents. But it was the small box from Mason that made her gasp. Inside was a business card, Palmar Island Heritage Studio, with her name listed as owner and curator. "The paperwork's all ready," he said. "Just needs your signature." Zoe and I thought, well, the space next to the bookshop deserves someone who understands the island's stories. Ava found surrounded, the women all talking at once about workshop schedules and opening parties, while Daniel looked on, his expression soft with love. When it was his turn for gifts, Ava held her breath as he unwrapped her package, a vintage film camera she'd found in Miss Doris's attic and spent weeks restoring. But it wasn't just the camera that made his eyes go wide. It was the folder underneath, filled with letters from local families agreeing to be part of their documentary project. The Taylors with their boat building, the Martins and their sweetgrass baskets, she explained. 3 generations of island craftspeople, all willing to let us tell their stories. Together, he said, pulling her close. Together. The morning drifted by in a warm haze of cinnamon rolls and coffee, of Ethan telling embarrassing stories about Daniel's childhood, of Maggie insisting everyone eat just one more bite. Outside, the snow began to fall again, but inside the farmhouse, Ava had never felt warmer. "Hard to believe it's only been a few weeks," Olivia said during a quiet moment. "Since you first arrived on the island." "Feels like I've known all of you forever," Ava said softly, looking around at the faces that had become so dear to her. "That's because you belong here," Miss Doris declared. "I knew it the moment you showed up on my doorstep that night. Thought to myself, now here's someone who'll understand what makes this place special." Daniel squeezed her hand. "She understood better than any of us." As morning shifted toward afternoon, family members drifted into their own quiet activities. Maggie and Henry went to check on dinner preparations, Ethan and Olivia curled up by the fire with new books, and Zoe and Mason settled in for a game of chess. The easy domesticity of it all made Ava's heart feel full to bursting. "Want to take a walk?" Daniel asked softly. "The light's perfect right now." She grabbed her camera and followed him out onto the porch, where they paused to put on boots and coats. The snow had transformed the farm into a wonderland, every familiar shape made new by white. They walked hand in hand toward the cottage, their boots crunching in the fresh snow. The old building looked different today, more like a promise than an abandoned structure. Or maybe she was just seeing it through new eyes, the way the afternoon light hit the windows, the graceful lines of the porch posts, the way it seemed to be waiting for them. "What are you thinking?" Daniel asked as she raised her camera. "That this is just the beginning." She captured the cottage framed by snow-laden branches, already imagining the stories they'd tell here. "Of everything." "Speaking of beginnings." He pulled her close, their breath mingling in the cold air. "I was thinking about the documentary series. What if we started with the Winter family farm? Show how island traditions evolve while staying true to their roots." "I'd love that," she said, lowering her camera to look at him. "Start with what we know best, what matters most. The way the farm changes with the seasons, the stories in every barn beam and fence post. The old ways meeting the new," Daniel added. "Like Ethan's organic farming techniques, or how we use solar panels to power the milking equipment." "Exactly. And we could branch out from there. Follow the rhythms of island life through the year. Fishing boats in spring, summer tourists, autumn harvests. Christmas markets in winter?" His eyes twinkled. "Definitely Christmas markets." She leaned into him, breathing in the crisp winter air. "Though maybe next year we'll be too busy planning a wedding to document everything. We'll make time." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "That's the beauty of staying put. We don't have to catch everything at once. Some stories are better told slowly." They walked the perimeter of what would be their yard, already planning where they'd plant gardens in spring, where they'd set up chairs for summer stargazing, where they'd hang strings of lights next Christmas. "You know what I love most about all this?" Ava asked, stopping to frame another shot of the cottage against the winter sky. "What's that?" Daniel wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as she reviewed the photo. "That we get to build something together. Not just the cottage or the gallery, but a whole life. One story at a time." She turned in his embrace to face him. "All those years I spent running from place to place, trying to capture perfect moments. I never realized the best stories are the ones that unfold slowly. Like watching the seasons change on the farm? Like watching our family grow." She touched her ring, still amazed by how right it felt. "Did you see Maggie's face when Olivia mentioned grandchildren at breakfast?" Daniel laughed. "Pretty sure she and Miss Doris already have the next 20 Christmases planned out. I can see it, you know." Ava gazed at the cottage, its windows catching the last rays of the setting sun. Kids running around the yard, learning to use cameras way too expensive for their tiny hands. Family portraits on the porch every holiday. A whole lifetime of moments worth capturing. "Our own kind of adventure," Daniel said softly, stepping closer and wrapping his arm around her. "The best kind." She snuggled close, and as they stood in front of the cottage that would be their home soon, she could see it all unfold in her mind's eye. Her life with Daniel, the future they were building together, was the best gift of all. Epilogue. Palmar Island, 9 months later. The warm breeze carried the scent of salt and sweet autumn sage across Palmar Island's shore, stirring the ribbons that decorated the simple wooden arch where Daniel stood. The island had painted itself in golds and reds, just as they'd imagined that Christmas night when they'd first talked about a fall wedding. His fingers searched for the camera that hardly ever left his side, a habit born of years capturing moments just like this, before remembering he didn't need it today. Today, others would document their story while he lived it. Mason had set up the perfect shot. The waves provided a constant, gentle rhythm behind them, the late afternoon sun painting everything in warm amber light, and their family arranged in a small semicircle on the beach. His mother sat in the front row, already dabbing at her eyes while his father held her hand. Ethan stood beside him as best man, a steady presence as always. Even James had made it home, though Daniel noticed how his oldest brother kept glancing at the horizon, as if the endless possibilities it represented called to him too. But all thoughts scattered when Daniel saw her. Ava appeared at the end of the aisle they'd created in the sand, and his heart stopped. She wore a simple white dress that caught the breeze, her feet bare, and her chestnut hair crowned with small white flowers. But it was her smile, bright and real and just for him, that took his breath away. Miss Doris walked beside her, proud as any mother could be, but Daniel barely noticed. He was too captivated by the way Ava's photographer's eye kept catching on different details. The way the light hit the waves, how the clouds painted patterns overhead, the joy on their families' faces. She was already composing the story of their day, and they hadn't even begun. When she reached him, Ava's hands found his with the same sureness they'd had that first night in Miss Doris's kitchen. Her fingers were warm despite the ocean breeze, and he could feel the slight tremor that matched his own racing heart. "Hi," she whispered, and Daniel felt the last piece of his world click into place. The ceremony itself was simple, they'd planned it that way, knowing the real magic wasn't in elaborate decorations or formal traditions. It was in the way Zoe sniffled through her reading about love and adventure. It was in how Miss Doris beamed at them like they were her own children. It was in the constant sound of waves that had witnessed so many winter family moments before this one. When it came time for their vows, Daniel's voice stayed steady, though his heart thundered in his chest. "I spent years chasing adventures around the world," he said, squeezing Ava's hands. "Never realizing the greatest one was waiting right here at home. You didn't just make me want to stay. You showed me how to build something real while still reaching for the stars. Every sunrise over the farm, every story we capture together, every quiet moment and loud celebration. They're all adventures when I'm sharing them with you." Tears spilled down Ava's cheeks, but her voice was clear as she spoke. I came to this island looking for inspiration, but I found so much more. I found family. I found home. I found the courage to put down roots without clipping my wings. But most of all, I found you, the person who sees the world the way I do, who understands that sometimes the biggest adventures happen in the smallest moments. When the minister pronounced them husband and wife, Daniel barely heard the cheers of their family over the sound of his own heart. He kissed Ava like a man coming home, tasting salt on her lips that might have been tears or sea spray or both. "Ready for our next adventure, Mrs. Winter," he whispered against her mouth. Ava's laugh was bright enough to rival the setting sun. "Always, Mr. Winter. Always." Behind them, the waves kept their steady rhythm, witnesses to another chapter in the Winter family story. But this one, Daniel knew, was just beginning. The reception flowed as naturally as the tide, with tables set up on the beach and strings of lights swaying in the October breeze. Daniel watched Ava move through the crowd, her joy infectious as she hugged Miss Doris, laughed with Zoe, and promised Maggie they'd display the wedding pictures in the studio. Their studio. The thought still amazed him. In the months since Christmas, they'd transformed the old storefront next to the bookshop into something magical, a space that celebrated both their work and the island's rich heritage. Just like they'd renovated the cottage, making room for both a darkroom and an editing suite, for both their dreams to grow together. "She fits here," James's voice pulled Daniel from his thoughts. His oldest brother stood slightly apart from the celebration, nursing a glass of champagne. "More than Sarah ever did." Daniel turned to study James's face, noting the shadows under his eyes, the slight restlessness in his stance. He recognized that look, had seen it in his own reflection not so long ago. "Everything okay?" James shrugged, his gaze drifting to where Mark and Lena were dancing, where Ethan and Olivia sat with their heads together, where their parents watched it all with quiet pride. "Thinking about choices. About home. There's always room for one more winter on the island," Daniel said quietly, echoing words their father had spoken to him countless times. "Maybe." James's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Sometimes I wonder if I got it wrong, you know? Chasing success instead of." He gestured vaguely at the scene before them, at the family and connection and belonging. "It's never too late to change course." Daniel thought about his own journey, how close he'd come to missing this life. "Trust me on that one." James's gaze lingered on the horizon, where the sun was beginning to set in a blaze of autumn glory. "Yeah," he said softly. "Maybe." "James." Zoe's voice cut through the moment. "Come help us convince Aunt Maggie that sparklers are absolutely necessary for the send-off." James's smile turned genuine as he let their cousin pull him back into the celebration. But Daniel caught the way his brother looked back at the water, at the endless possibility it represented, and recognized a story beginning to unfold. Before he could dwell on it, warm fingers slipped into his hand. "There you are," Ava said, pressing against his side. "Ready to sneak away for a bit?" Daniel looked down at his wife, and felt his heart swell. "Lead the way, Mrs. Winter." They slipped away from the reception, Ava pausing only to hand her glass to Miss Doris with a knowing wink. The October sunset painted the beach in deep golds and purples, the kind of light that usually had them both reaching for their cameras. But tonight, they were content just to witness it together. "Remember that first walk we took out here?" Daniel asked as they strolled along the waterline, the cool Atlantic lapping at their feet. "When you were trying to decide if you could trust me with your story about being locked in that clock tower in Prague?" Ava laughed, the sound carrying across the water. "As I recall, you countered with that ridiculous tale about the proboscis monkeys in Borneo." "Every word true," he protested, pulling her closer. Her white dress caught the breeze, and Daniel thought she'd never looked more beautiful than she did in this moment, barefoot on their beach, crowned in autumn light, finally and completely home. "You know what I was really thinking that day?" Ava asked, stopping to face him. "That I'd never met anyone who saw the world the way I did. Who understood that every sunrise, every wave, every quiet moment holds a story worth telling. And now we get to tell those stories together." Daniel thought about their documentary series, about how documenting island life had turned into something bigger than either of them had imagined. Local families sharing generations-old traditions, craftspeople passing down their skills, the endless cycle of seasons on the farm, all of it woven together into a tapestry of community and belonging. Speaking of stories, Ava's eyes sparkled with that look she got when she was planning something. I was thinking about the cottage's front room, the one with the north-facing light. What about it? I found some more of your great-grandmother's paintings in the attic. I thought maybe we could display them there, along with our photographs of the island. Create a kind of family gallery wall, connecting past and present. Daniel smiled, thinking of how perfectly Ava understood what mattered most, the way she wove together art and family and history into something new. From everything Mom's told me about her, I think she would have loved that idea, an artist's legacy living on through new stories of the island. They stood there as the sun sank toward the horizon, painting the sky in colors no camera could quite capture. Behind them, their family's laughter carried across the sand. Ahead stretched an endless sea of possibilities. But right here, right now, they were exactly where they were meant to be. Ready for our next adventure? Ava asked, her hand finding his. Daniel squeezed her fingers, feeling the twin bands of their rings pressed together. With you? I'm ready for anything. Because he finally understood what his father had been trying to tell him all along. The greatest adventures weren't found in far-off places or dramatic moments. They were found in the quiet morning light across their kitchen table, in the stories they chose to tell together, in the family they were building right here on Palmar Island. And this story? This was just the beginning. The end. This has been Christmas by Candlelight. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.